Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream. We're doing more pixel art commissions in Aseprite, and we're just gonna keep moving. We've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the 7 characters done, and we made the portal in the background, so we're moving right along here. Indiana Crones, whoop, work, lurk. Well, thank you for the work, lurk. Hope you have a good day. Thank you, Indiana Crones. I hope you have a good day too. Appreciate you being here. Servagoth, Dragonsmith, welcome in. How you doing? Hey, thanks. Nice job getting first. Thanks for checking in. Lurk, well, I appreciate the lurk. It is an early stream, so I imagine people got things to do. Although my sleep schedule is kind of fixed at the moment. I woke up at like 5 a.m. Slept through Indiana Crones' stream though, unfortunately. That sounded like it was a good time. I think I missed out on something special there, and that's unfortunate. But everyone should check out Indiana Crones if they haven't yet. They're super cool. Give them a like and a follow, or whatever. Give them a follow. And yeah, there's an ad starting in about a minute. After that, we'll be ready to roll here. We do got some new commands. There's a joke command. What's the most used language in programming? Profanity. And then there's a question of the day command, which is actually not of the day right now. I've got it set to just to do a random question, which I feel like is nice for testing it out. I might change it to do one a day later. But for this stream, I think there's a 10-minute cooldown on it. So you can just keep asking questions every 10 minutes, or asking 4 questions every 10 minutes. And they're kind of random, like icebreaker questions. You know, like weird stuff, like what's your favorite animal? Stuff just, you know, a lot of them are like kind of artist programmer based because I wrote some of them. I found a lot online, just like looking for lists of questions and stuff like that, and picked and choose the best ones. But the ad's about to start, and yeah, then we'll get going. Back at the pixel art. Lazy Excited 64, hello, welcome in. Sorry if you're in an ad. It is nearly almost, or nearly over. Taco Crepe, welcome in. Taco Crepe says, so this is the stream, Lazy. I don't get ads. Ah, okay, nice. Well, everyone else is in an ad. Well, not everyone, but some people are in an ad right now. And the stream is about to start at the end of the ad in like 15 seconds or so. Taco Crepe, thanks for checking in. Welcome in, Taco Crepe. By the way, everyone should check out Taco Crepe if they haven't yet. Super cool person. Thanks for the redeems. And we got some new commands, Taco. Look, we got a joke command. And we're coming back from the ads. Thanks for checking in, Westlow. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Here's the joke. A developer's wife told her husband to go to the store and get milk. And while he was there to pick up a dozen eggs, he never returned. What is the FPS gamer's favorite fish? Cod. COD. Get it? Alright, so we should be back from the ads for everyone. This one is such a Lot Lizard joke. There's a few COD jokes in there that I'm sure Lot Lizard would appreciate. Yeah, so here's what we did with Link. I feel like it looks pretty good. We might still improve it in some places, fix some of the gradations so they're a little bit more banded out. There's a lot of different colors going on here. But it turned out pretty good. I think it, you know, the face, like if we look at the reference, you can really see the difference here. But they're similar, but different, right? But yeah, I like how it turned out. And now I think we're gonna try Rydia, the next hardest, probably the hardest one. I don't know, I don't know. This one's got the most detail and has the smallest face. But this one's about the same size face, maybe a little bit bigger. And lots of detail. The pixelated version reminds me of 3DS shaders. Word. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start on Rydia. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of box her out. And I'll just make a new layer and fill it in, copy it, make a new, and here's our new file size. And then we will open, oh, we need to make a new file, a new layer as a reference. And we're gonna go up and to the references and we'll grab this one. And that's about where it should be, maybe just a little bit bigger. So we'll hit the V key, we'll scale it up just a little bit, move it towards the edge a little bit. And that's pretty good. Jump, dang, I don't know the timing jump. Well, nice work. Yeah, sometimes the timing is tough on the jump game. Got it second try barely. It is a good one. I've definitely been in people's stream and done it like 4 times in a row and not gotten it, so I know how it goes. So this layer is actually empty. I don't know why it doesn't seem that way, but now it's definitely empty. So yeah, the way we started before was just using a color to figure out the basic lines and silhouette and stuff like that, and then working with the actual colors from there and sampling from the reference. Phew, it was close. That was close. Nice work. Yeah. So my game Retro Spaceball is kind of playing in front there. It's not finished, but you can play the demo if you're interested in such a thing on itch. There is a Steam page for it. It's the game I've been working on the longest. There are 2 eternal problems in traditional software engineering. 1, garbage collection. 2, naming things. And 3, off by 1 errors. I like that one because I make off by 1 errors all the time. Oh, and Taco, there's another new redeem. It's the question of the day. So right now, you get a point for every time you ask it, but there's a 10-minute cooldown on it. And it's not really a question of the day at this point. It just asks a random question from like almost 300 different questions that I put down on a text file. And I think maybe I'll change it to be 1 a day with a cooldown of like 8 hours or something like that, so you can only ask it once a day. Or maybe take away the cooldown and just make it so it only does 1 question per day. So even if you do it another time, like, it won't change until the next time I stream, kind of thing. Lazily Excited says, co-op, I like sports games. What is something you can't cook? Food. It's different for me. Yeah, right now it's just choosing a random one. So it's not really a question of the day, it's just questions. But I think eventually I'll change it to be a question of the day. I just wanted to test things out. There's like over 200 questions. I think there's like close to 300 questions that I put on there. So it's not like we're gonna like run out anytime soon. It's different for me. I'm big on co-op too. Oh, I read it's different. You're big on co-op? Personally, I like both. I like playing single player and I like playing co-op. It's nice when you have friends, but when you don't have friends, co-op games kind of suck, right? So as long as there's friends around, then co-op is probably what I've been playing mostly these days. But throughout my history, mostly I've played single player games. Also, I existed in a time before co-op was very popular, so. But yeah, I think instead of like starting with the darkest color, I think we'll just kind of sample a dark color and kind of get things down. Also, I'm gonna switch monitors here. So that way I can use the pen. But yeah, if you want to use that question of the day thing, it's like the cooldown's like 10 minutes or something like that. So feel free to use it every 10 minutes if you want for the time being, because I think it's a good way to get to know people, you know? They're kind of a lot of them are like gamer-based questions, and then a lot of them are like artist-based questions, or a lot of them are almost like developer/artist questions. And then there's just like totally random ones, like what language would you learn, etc., like kind of shit. But they're all like totally hypothetical. What is your idea of fun? Yeah, see, that's kind of a hypothetical. You know, like whatever you want the answer to be. Personally, I think it would be fun to go to an arcade. I haven't been to an arcade in a while. Oops. There's not a lot of room for eye-ness here. For eyes.
Get that crap out of here.
You want to go to arcade too, Taco Crave? Yeah, dude, arcades are fun. Do they not have a lot of arcades in the Philippines? I feel like someone's told me that before. Westlow says playing Peak. I say playing Peak solo. I say as I'm doing Ascent 2. Nice. Yeah, I've never actually played outside of the normal difficulty. But I've also never made it to the top without cheating. Solo Peak is also really fun. Yeah, Solo Peak is quite a bit of fun. I was having fun with that for sure. Indie Maniac, welcome in. Everyone should check out the Indie Maniac. I did their VTuber model thing, their Pixel Tuber. What is your idea of fun? Lazily Excited says anything that you do by choice and enjoy. That's a good definition there. I think it was more of like a personalized question, but you got it on the nose there. Westlow Finding says, yeah, I found a spot to cannon glitch in the current tropics. Did Ascent in 15 minutes. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I cannon glitched at the shore and made it to the end. That's how I cheated and won. But thanks for checking in, Indie Maniac. Hope you're doing well. Indie Maniac's got a great stream. They do a bunch of indie games, a lot of horror games. Are you doing Next Fest, Indie Maniac? How's that going for you? You doing Next Fest stuff? You still doing Silk Song? Or I think last time I checked, you were doing like horror games again. Last playing Huntsman. Cool. How was that? Taco Crave says there's a few, but not the old school arcade. Ah, yeah, there's a bit of a difference between the old school arcades and the new school ones. The new school ones are just like a headache, just like a big headache, and then the old school ones are like almost all bars here in the States, which is kind of funny. But you don't have to drink. Some of them, they even let you play the games for free, assuming that you're gonna drink, and then you just don't have to if you don't want to. Lazily says, I know a Duke Nukem video. Can I put the link to it? It is a little inappropriate. It is short. Wait, I'm confused. Why are we linking a Duke Nukem video? Just for the heck of it? There's one being built though that's like modernized old school arcade, but it's taking forever to launch. It's a funny video. Well, if you wanna drop the link in chat, that's fine. I'm not gonna check it out if it's inappropriate, but everyone else can if they want to. The Duke It Out redeem reminded me. Okay, yeah, no, I grew up with Duke Nukem, so I really I get a kick out of those ones. There's like all of my audio redeems. There's like a lot usually. Some of them have like up to 50.
Make my day.
Go ahead, make my day. But yeah, if you want to drop it in chat, that's fine. I'm not gonna go onto it on stream here, but everyone else can if they want to, I guess. You did do some Next Fest stuff. Awesome. Anything really good? I scrolled through. Mostly I was just looking for Pyrotoad. But yeah, you know, the first day that I checked the precision platformer genre, Pyrotoad was in the top 5, so that's pretty cool. I think it's kind of random. They updated so the can doesn't work from shore anymore. Oh, really? That's interesting. I think this face is going to be difficult with how few pixels there are here. There's the Duke Nukem link that is mildly inappropriate, apparently, if anyone's interested. I'm not going to show it on stream, like I said, but go ahead and check it out if you'd like. The Animaniac says, a lot of games had really short demos. Not sure why they would enter with 10 minutes of content, but even that, I think they had potential, just wanted slightly more. That's too bad. Yeah, the Pyrotoad demo has like a third of the game, and depending on how difficult it is for you, it could take at least an hour or so to get to that. Again, depending on how difficult it is for you. If you are really good at those games, you could probably beat it in 20 minutes or so, but you'd have to be really good, so... It is a YouTube short, sadly, but my brother showed me this a while back. Ah, okay. Is it sad because it's short? I don't know if anyone played Final Fantasy IV, but I love Final Fantasy IV. In fact, I was actually thinking about playing Final Fantasy IV on stream. But honestly, I don't like the remasters of it. I think they're terrible. I think the original was like fucking perfect. Taco Crip says, I love Final Fantasy IV. Awesome, yeah. It's sad because it's short form content. I don't like short form media. Yeah, short form seems to be a huge hit. And honestly, I didn't like it at first either, but the more I like got into it, the more I appreciated it. Honestly, I think the reason why it's such a hit is because YouTube pushes it. And then content creators push it even further because YouTube's pushing it. And then people get addicted to it. And then it pushes itself a little bit. But I really think that YouTube pushing it is actually what's helping. And also the popularity of TikTok and people like having TikTok style activity, right, on YouTube is helping YouTube. So that's why YouTube's pushing it, right? They want people addicted. They want people to get into it. And they also want people putting it out there. I remember the intro cutscene when I was younger. I thought it was so cool. Oh yeah, that song. Dun, 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 dun. That shit goes through my head like almost every single day. And not just that song, but like all the songs. Like I fucking love that soundtrack. And the game is great. I mean, it's a little bit like old school. So I mean, like if someone were to do it today, I would hope that they would have like quest logs and stuff like that would like tell you which way to go, so you don't have to like guess and stuff like that. But at the time, like that's what RPGs were. They did a really great job with that, and the end is fucking awesome, right? And it's so emotional. Like the game is so emotional for having these little 16 by 16 square sprites. Like it's so emotional. And this character is one of my favorites, to be honest. She starts as like a little girl that you save in a village, but then you lose her. Not to spoil the story. You lose her, and then she comes back and is adult, and it's fucking, and she's like super OP. It's fucking crazy. Lazily says, I prefer to watch long form content like 20-minute science videos. I like exercising my brain. I like that stuff too, Lazily. One thing I've noticed, I know everyone hates Facebook, but Facebook does this thing where they have shorts mixed with medium, because I would call that medium form content, 20 minutes or so. 15 to 20 minutes is like medium. Or even like 10 to 20 minutes is medium, I would say. But anything over 20 minutes is probably more long form, right? And Facebook does this thing where they mix it together, and you don't really know if you're watching a long video until you've spent 5 minutes watching it, and it's like not even halfway done. You're like, wait a second, I've been tricked. So if you're worried that it's not going to let you jump more than once, you can just type like jump 1, jump 2, that kind of thing. Like jump and then jump 1, that kind of, or actually you need a space there. Jump space 1, if that makes sense. Hey, did I win from just doing it randomly? Look at that. That makes me so mad on Facebook because I keep getting in hour-long videos. Yeah, dude, it can be so annoying, for sure. And then it's like other times you're watching like just a small portion of what's actually long form on YouTube, and they like, it kind of makes you want to go to their YouTube channel, and it actually works pretty well for conversion, I would think. Any Maniac had said, YouTube does push shorts hard. Yeah, for sure. Sorry it took me a second to read that. Lazily says, there is a video I can't get out of my head. It is about lambda calculus, but specifically the Tromp diagram. Don't quite understand it. It makes me mad. I'm supposed to understand all things math and science. I am not a math person, so I feel you on that. I'm supposed to be smart, but I can't understand this interesting topic. Sometimes you just gotta like keep learning about it. I felt that way about quaternions. In the Reels tab, yeah. Yeah, sometimes you gotta let it marinate in your brain. Yeah, for sure. Or what helps me is finding different people talking about the same subject. Like that's what it took for me to better understand quaternions. And I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I totally understand all of quaternion math, but I understand it enough to use it in game development, and that was my goal, right? And yeah, it was originally invented to help someone build bridges back in like the 15th century or something like that, or even older. I'm not even sure what century. A long time ago. It was used to help someone make bridges. There's this funny meme about Final Fantasy. I'm not sure if I have it on my computer or on my phone. I definitely saved it. Ah, yeah, I have it right here. Let me pull it up real quick. This shit made me laugh. Hey, thanks for checking in, Sloth. Hope you're doing well. I've been interested in this topic for months. How long can I let it marinate? Hey, if it's a tough concept, then it could take a while. Everyone should check out Sloth's stream. I hope they stream more. They do game development, Unreal development. Super cool person. Just waking up. Oh, well, I hope that you had good sleep. I finally kind of fixed my sleep schedule. I woke up at like 5 a.m. today. Weslow says, to be honest, watching you and Taco has been helping me to understand Aseprite. Oh, cool. Yeah, Aseprite's really fun. OMG, yeah, this is actually a goated technique. I watch artists better than me at drawing faces, and I was able to pick up the things they do and got me to improve quickly. Yeah, that's the way I am with Taco's stream, because I am not good at pixel art. You know, it's not like I'm bad at faces. It's just that like I don't draw anime, and I wish I did, and I just have not practiced enough. And like, I don't know, there's kind of a void in my life of not being able to draw anime, because like I've drawn everything else my whole life, and I just never really tried to draw anime. And now I'm at this point where like people assume that if you can draw anime, and it's like, hey, no. I'm gonna dip now, but thanks for the stream. Oh, thank you, lazily excited. I appreciate you dropping in, and I hope you have a wonderful day. See you around, lazy. Yeah. Been busy with a lot of school, so I haven't had time to stream at the moment. Yeah, anime style is like its own thing. Yeah, for sure, Taco. I need to spend more time on this. So anyways, this Final Fantasy poorly explained meme is pretty good. Final Fantasy 1, 4 knights set out to polish balls, kill chaos. 2, 4 rebels are stalked by death for the entire game. 3, 4 onions try to make you forget about the last game. 4, God damn it, Kane, stop betraying me. 5, angry tree fucks itself over by killing old guy. And 6, court jester fondles statues, destroys world. Which is like way too accurate. 7, in a world without therapists, mommy issues go too far. In 8, it's an anime rival school story about time travel. 9, Kuja gives half the audience a queer awakening. 10, Blitzball, daddy's a whale man. 11, wait a second, the PS2 had internet? My brother still plays 11. 12, street urchins overthrow an empire with the power of piracy. Now, I never played 12. I never played 10 or 9 either, but I watched my brother play a little bit. 13, the Pope is a robot god, let's kill an orphan. 14, have you tried the expanded free trial of the critically acclaimed? It goes off the meme. And then 15, boy band tour canceled on account of Hungry Crystal. And then, oh, we got ad. And then the last one, crystals are stupid, let's blow them up. So I put in sound effects for ads to help me better understand when or better acknowledge when we're in an ad and when we're not. I thought that I put one in for the warning, but apparently I didn't hear it. Might need to make it louder. Taco Crib says, I'm thinking of playing 12. I saw some screenshots and it looked cool. I don't really remember 12. I want to say that's the one where there was like a lot of like crystals. There was like a terrain that was mostly crystal, and like I watched someone play it and it felt like they were in it for like days. Like they just couldn't get out of this like crystal terrain area. But I wasn't paying too much attention. I remember I was drinking lots of beers at the time. I wish I had like a pitcher of tea. Just like one giant thermos that stayed hot of tea. It's so sad when you run out of tea. Same. I just finished my cup of tea. I'm like, why don't I have more tea? Why didn't I make more? Why is there not more of this amazing tea? I'm contemplating buying more of this tea because it's so fucking good. It's Tezo chai. You have to make more, and it's a whole process. Yeah. We should be coming back from the ads any minute here. I'm a little worried that she's not gonna look as cute once she's pixelated. The problem with these high-res references. But yeah, if we're back from the ads, Sloth had said, yeah, and even with that, anime style tends to branch out even further. There is a lot of style within anime style. I think I know what you're saying. And it's weird because when I was a kid, I never really picked up on it. But also, when I was a kid, I feel like there was less variation. Like, a lot of the times it was like, the background characters all kind of looked the same between Akira and Pokemon. You know, the foreground, like the main characters look different, like Pikachu, you know, or whatever, you know, or like, you know, Speed Racer himself looked a little bit different, but like the background characters all kind of always looked the same. And like, now when you watch anime, each character is kind of like got its own style based on the anime, and I think that's a lot more it's a lot more palatable, and also it makes it a lot easier to say like, I want to learn how to draw anime, because now you're not worried about like stealing the style. You're now concerning yourself with coming up with your own style of the anime style, if that makes sense. It's kind of weird. Sometimes when I draw eyes in low res, I just draw dots and the upper eyelid. That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. And I'll probably adjust these eyes here because they look a little dark on the bottom for sure. Probably even do that now. I don't know, we'll go back and fix things later. For sure. I'm still kind of concerning myself with the outline and all of that nonsense. Gachi Cuda is a good example because its anime style is far different from what I've seen other animes do. Yeah, there's a lot of good examples of that for sure. Or sometimes they do it within the anime, which is pretty interesting too. Like, I don't know if you've seen Shin-Chan, but there's like parts of it where it just goes into manga, and it's just like an animated manga, like stills being moved across the screen, and that shit blows my mind. But it's also hilarious and really well done. And then other animes like Fooly Cooly, where for like a few frames, the expressions will be something like very cartoony to get like the emotion across, and then just, you know, another scene later, it will be super emotional and like get that emotion across. And it's the same character, but the art style completely vastly changes depending on the emotion. And that stuff's really cool too. But yeah, as a young artist, that was really hard for me to understand, because mostly I grew up with American, you know, cartoons and stuff like that. And I still love American animation. And this bracelet is at such a bad angle here. Almost have to just like cheat and like push it out further than it is. Guess it's not really cheating. Adapt it. Ooh, this is so cool. It reminds me a bit of Soul Eater. I've seen some animes do that too, or how they go into lower quality scenes. Yeah. Like sometimes they do it, especially in like comedy ones, they do it as like a joke. But then other times they do it, you know, just for like budget reasons. And or emotion reasons. And it just works really well. But yeah, I'm still like a bit of a noob when it comes to anime, to be honest. Like there's a whole lot of anime that I just haven't gotten around to. I've got a list that I refer to. Every once in a while someone will be like, oh, you should check this out, and I add it to my list. It's a pretty long list now though, and I'll never get to all of them. But whenever I'm feeling anime, I go straight to that list. And a lot of times what I do is I'll start an anime on the list, and then I won't actually finish it, depending on how long it is. I definitely have finished ones, and I've also made mistakes. Like one time I was on Facebook, and sometimes there's like anime stuff that pops up on my feed, and it was like a scene from Kite. And I was like, wow, this looks really cool. I'm gonna put this on my list. And I added it to my list, and I had no idea. Like I didn't do any more research, and I should have, because by the time that I was done watching the unrated version, I was like, what the fuck did I just put myself through? Because it was so grotesque and just really, I mean, if you're gonna watch it, watch the rated version, because the unrated version is just too much. There's just way too much violence, and like not the good kind of violence, like sexual violence, and like I'm not really interested in that. That's not the stuff that I want to watch, especially when I'm like trying to like take in something and like learn about the art styles and like enjoy the medium. Like I don't need that on my mind. Like torture and stuff like that. I don't want that, you know? Let's get a different green for this. Even that is too... Kind of like the idea of simplifying these patterns into like little star snowflake things. That is basically majority of anyone who watches anime, LML. What's that, making the list? Same. It could have been the best world building story, but when that stuff gets involved, I get sick. Yeah, it was a cool story, and I understand why they did that, but I also think that the unrated version was a little bit too intense, and maybe the rated version is better, probably, I would imagine, but I can't really recommend it after watching that, because it was so intense. Yeah, the list, lol. I have a tab with tons of anime I want to watch on Opera, but they sit there mostly. Yeah, I feel that. Westlow says, update, I died on the peak of Ascent 2. I think I hit the world ceiling from the cannon blast. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I haven't messed with the harder difficulties. I imagine like things like fall damage do more damage, and like maybe poisons you more or something like that. Maybe things weigh more. I'm not really sure what it would actually entail, but it's hard enough, even on the regular difficult. I haven't played, or no, I did play easy mode once. But I knew that it was on easy mode, so I was like being more careless and jumping from places just to see how little fall damage it would take and stuff like that. And I managed to die on the first level on easy. But I had one of those skulls, so I used it, and someone had just gotten killed by the Scoutmaster right when I used it, so it worked out really well. Ascent 1 is faster stamina use, 2 is more fall damage. Ah, okay, I see. So the way I see that is that you kind of just need better RNG then, right? I mean, yeah, there's still skill involved, but like the whole game kind of hinges on RNG, right? Because if you have like a bunch of shelf shrooms and like magic beans and chain launchers, like you can make it, you know? But if you don't get that stuff, there's a good chance that you might not be able to make it even with the skill. Things like hands are always like, oh, that was an accident. Things like hands are always super difficult with pixel art. And so, yeah, and just to make this clear for anyone who is not aware, I set the picker to RGB, so that way it's not, even if I pick something that has an alpha, it's not giving me the alpha, it's just giving me the color. So that way, even if I pick something that's partially see-through, when I go and put it down, it's giving me the actual color, which is useful for references like this that have a transparent background. And I bring this up because I actually made a mistake on the first one where I didn't have it set to that, and then I had the reference set to a transparency, and then I was putting down semi-transparent colors, and I had to go back and find all of those and fix all of those. and it was a pain in my butt. Yeah, Peak is 100% RNG based. Well, I wouldn't say 100, but when it comes down to it, there is RNG, and that's going to very much affect your climb. But even if you have like really, really good RNG, you could still mess it up, because if you don't have the skill, you don't have the skill, right? But yeah, even if you do have the skill, you 100% need some RNG. So I see what you mean there. I don't know if I want those pixels. Probably not. But yeah, I remember Final Fantasy IV was one of the first Final Fantasy games that I got really, really into. Like, my brother got really into the first one. And it's funny because it was actually my fault that we bought the first one, because I went to a friend's house in first grade, and their older brother was playing Final Fantasy, and we were watching, and I was just like, this is so cool. This is such a cool game, because he knew exactly how to play. And like the art looked great, the monsters looked great, and I understood, you know, the concept of like a fighting screen and the turn-based tactics and stuff like that, turn-based fighting. I thought that was so cool, the turn-based strategy, I should say. However, I didn't fully comprehend how difficult of a game it was, and I was in first grade. And so when my dad said, time to buy a new video game. What video game? Actually, he didn't even say that. I came home and said, we gotta buy this video game. And so my dad was like, I don't know, you're in like first grade, are you sure? I was like, yeah, we got to. And then like, I think I found something about it in Nintendo Power or something like that, and showed my brother, and he's like, oh, this looks great, yeah. So we were both like, we gotta get this game. So we went to Toys R Us and got it. And it was like a $90 game, I'm pretty sure, because it had the battery in it. And it was selling well, so they like raised the price on games like that back then, and we got it, and we couldn't beat the first boss, so it just sat there for like a whole year. $90, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a $90 game, because my dad was like, are you sure you want this game, because it's really expensive. And it was Toys R Us, so you know, it wasn't like Funko Land or something like that. Looking back, we probably should have grabbed it used from Funko Land. Saw says, you can spawn in and there be really, really bad food, even with skills. Yeah, that's true. Or no food. Or just bullshit items, like flares and shit. The games I grew up on were the N64 with Toy Soldier and Winback. Interesting, I didn't know about Winback until it was out on the Switch Online. That one just flew under the radar for me. But I got really into the Nintendo 64. By that point, I was actually at the age where my brother and I bought a N64 with our own money. And a TV to play it on. Because my mom was done buying video games for us. Probably 4th grade, I want to say. But yeah, so Final Fantasy 1 sat on the shelf for like a good year and a half. And then my brother started playing it again, and finally was able to figure out how to, you know, grind for levels and equip things and all that stuff that we were missing. And yeah, then we got a Super Nintendo, and we got Mystic Quest and Final Fantasy 2, and both of those were just fantastic for me, because Mystic Quest was kind of like a beginner RPG, And Final Fantasy 2, you know, we had learned enough from Final Fantasy 1 where Final Fantasy 2 was quite a bit easier, at least to like sink your teeth into. I wouldn't say it was easier to complete because it was a long game and there was a lot of story and a lot of things to learn. But we were smart enough at this point where we were finding exploits and learning about secrets and stuff like that from magazines mostly and stuff like that, or from friends, right? Yeah, I hardly met anyone who knew or knows of Winback, or that one ball game where it was a platform racing game. Oh, Iggy's Wrecking Balls. I had Iggy's Wrecking Balls. I loved that one. We had so I had a brother and 2 stepbrothers. So the 4-player games we got really into. Pretty much anytime a new 4-player game came out, we almost like rushed to get it because it was just such a fun experience playing 4-player games all the time. So there's the ad break bell. There is an ad coming up in 5 minutes, it looks like. But yeah, Iggy's Wrecking Balls was a lot of fun. We played a lot of Donkey Kong or Diddy Kong Racing. We played a lot of GoldenEye, a lot of Perfect Dark, a lot of Turok 2. We played some Extreme G, but it was only 2-player, I think. But it was still really fun. I think Extreme G2 had 4 players. I'm not sure though. Duke Nukem actually was a staple for me. I fucking played that all the time. And when I couldn't get my stepbrother and my stepbrothers and my brother to play, I would just play against bots. That was one of the first that had bots. That one in Perfect Dark. I had a lot of fun with that one. Because I had already played a lot of Duke Nukem 3D on PC. So when it came out on 64, I was like, I already knew all the secrets and stuff, you know? But there was extra levels and stuff. Turok was amazing on 64. It wasn't as fun with the newer systems. So yeah, I really liked Turok, the first one, except there was like a couple levels that had like heavy platforming, and it kind of sucked as a platformer. And honestly, first-person games are not good platformers. That's just the way it is, right? Because you can't even see your feet. Like, why would developers think that it would be fun to do jumping in games like that, right? Is this a weird thing? And like, if you stop moving in midair, you stop moving. But if you don't do that, where like you keep your momentum while you're in the air until you land, it just felt bad. So it like feels bad no matter what. There is that platform game where you tilt it as it drops down droplets that either create land or flood or flood the world. I think that was Wetrix or Wetrix, but I never owned that or even played it. But I remember seeing about it and wanting it. I want to say that's what it was, but I don't know for sure. It was also Tetris Sphere, which I never played, but it looks cool. I was also really into Game Boy Color at that point. Or just Game Boy games on my Game Boy Color. And my dad's second wife was really into Tetris and kind of got everyone back into Tetris because we were already like, we had already been into Tetris, you know, we had the link cable when it came out and stuff like that. And then like, I don't even know, 5 years later, we're still playing Tetris because someone in the family was getting really good at it. But a lot of what I was doing was actually doing the the exploits in Link's Awakening. Yeah, Weetrix or Wetrix. I'm not. I want to say it's Wetrix, but I've heard people pronounce it Weetrix also. One of those games, you know. I'm trying to remember. Oh, Bomberman 64. That was another one that we were always playing. That was such a good 4-player game. And the single player mode was really good too. It was if you got like all the gold cards, you could get to a special like rainbow world. And that was like way more difficult than all of the other ones combined, like by a magnitude of like 20. Because it was like all about bouncing bombs and bouncing across the bouncing bombs, and like it was all of a sudden a puzzle game instead of like an action style game. I mean, there were some puzzle elements to like the regular single player levels. There's the ad again. I'm gonna snooze it one more time. We might as well. But yeah, I think Perfect Dark was probably the best. Oh, but on Turok, the first Turok was really fun. The second one was really fun too, but also both of those were really hard. And then there was a GameCube one, or there Turok Evolution on GameCube and PlayStation 2 that was actually really good. However, I had the GameCube version, and there was a bug that prevented you from beating one of the levels, so you literally needed to use a code to get past that level, and that just felt terrible. That because I had like played to that point all the way through, like taking it real seriously, and then I hit this invisible wall that wasn't supposed to be there. It was like for some reason when they ported the game to GameCube, one of the triggers that's supposed to like, you know, let or bring out more enemies or something like that turned into a collider with no mesh, and so it was just this invisible wall that you couldn't get past. I like tried to figure it out for a while, like maybe there was, you know, something in the game that I could do to fix it, and then I looked it up online eventually, and nope, you need to either play it on a different console or cheat to get past it. You'll never experience the end of that level on GameCube. And then one of my buddies had it on PlayStation 2, and he's like, oh, you know, I don't play that game, I'll just let you borrow it. So I borrowed it, and I was like so bummed out by my experience playing it before that. I never actually went and finished it. I played it for a bit, but I was like, you know what? I've already done all this. Like, why do I need to do it again? And it felt weird cheating because I was taking it so seriously. But it was actually a good game. They just fucked up the port. This piece is gonna take so much longer than all the other ones. Well, I waited to do it. You never tried a GameCube one? My GameCube would only play movies for some reason. Well, that's weird. I didn't even know the GameCube could play movies. I knew the PS2 could, but there was an issue where everyone was using it to watch DVDs, and it was actually burning out the motor because the DVDs would have to spin at a different speed or something like that, and the motors weren't made to do that or something like that, so it was causing PlayStation 2s to break. But it was something that they advertised that, oh, you could watch, it's a DVD player as well. And that made them so much money that they didn't bother to tell people, oh, by the way, that breaks it when you do it that way. But I think most of the problem was that, like, people were used to having VCRs where if you would just like leave it on or fall asleep with the VCR, it would hit the end of the tape, and then it would rewind the tape, and then it would turn off the VCR. And worst case scenario, you'd wake up at a blue screen on your TV, right? Because like the no signal. And with the DVDs, it would go back to the menu and keep spinning the disc and just play the menu all night long. And then you'd wake up and the menu would still be playing. And there was mini DVDs. I never had a mini DVD. That's interesting. I remember that the games were mini DVDs, but I don't remember having like a mini film on DVD. A mini DVD film. I have another snooze. We'll use that. That's the last snooze though. I kind of like the ad warning sound. Helps me better keep track of things. Ham Gwyn, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. I appreciate you. How you doing? So I'm gonna keep on doing this question of the day redeem because it's new. I'm good, thanks. What are you working on? We're working on a commission. This is Rydia from Final Fantasy IV. We're basically making a pixel art version of this this illustration, or this 3D rendering rather, for a client. This is the entire composition. Some of these are pixelated already, they're turned into pixel art, and then other ones are still the reference images, and then the portal I made. But this is going to be the finished composition. They want all these characters kind of floating around this portal, and a streamer is going to use it for to promote their charity stream event. So super cool. But what are you up to? Also, here's a new command that I got, the question of the day. Now, it's not actually a question of the day because we can use it a whole bunch of times today, but eventually I'll have it so it's just set to one question. And it gives you a point for asking the question also. What's your favorite season and why? For me, it's fall. I love the fall. The weather's not too hot. It's got Halloween. I like the smells, I like the sights, I like the sounds, leaves crunching under your feet, the wind. It used to be more enjoyable before it was a storm season. Now I feel like the weather is so volatile these days that it's like every November there's like a storm season. And that's doubly so where I'm at now in Oklahoma. But yeah, if anyone else wants to answer the question of the day, or the question of the moment rather, what's your favorite season? When I was a kid, it was definitely summer though, because no school, right? And I've had some good winters for sure, but generally I don't like being cold. And after living through a few different blizzards, I was like, fuck winter. But yeah, this particular piece is actually really challenging to make a pixelated version of it because there's so much detail, so many gradations. I mean, it's literally a 3D rendering. So a lot of what I'm doing is kind of defining the lines and just sampling the reference layer for color. You like winter because it's the best season in Thailand. Thai is freaking hot anyways, so winter season just makes it perfect cold. Word, that's the way it was in Phoenix. When I lived in Phoenix, Arizona, it was, you know, 120 in the summer, Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius. Let's see. It's about 48 degrees Celsius, right? So pretty hot during the summer. And then the winter, it was fucking gorgeous. Like I literally remember when I was driving to work in the winter in like Scottsdale or like Paradise Valley. I drive through Paradise Valley to get to Scottsdale, and there were women jogging in like sports bras and like short shorts in like the coldest month of the year. I think Thailand would be fun to visit. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about Thailand, but I think it would be fun to check out. It'd be a bit of an adventure, I feel like. I think of that movie, The Beach, with Leonardo DiCaprio, where they end up looking for this like secret island that's owned by the government. It's like a forest preserve island, and they like figure out a way to get there, and then when they get there they realize that there's like a whole bunch of like people that like moved in there that are like from all over the world, and they're just like hiding there. But the story gets out of whack because there's like a well, first of all, it's kind of a ridiculous story anyways, but there's a marijuana farmer on the island that doesn't want to get in trouble or like, you know, lose their way of life. So they get mad when more people show up. It's a pretty decent movie. I mean, it's really kind of cheesy, but it's pretty well done. The acting is pretty good. The soundtrack is fucking awesome. Oh, we've got to add in about a minute here. So yeah, before we go into the ad, some good news on Pyrotoad. I realized that we finally hit 200 wish lists yesterday, and we got like 40 some odd wish lists in one day yesterday. So yeah, Next Fest has been pretty good to us so far. The first day we got like 20, and then the second we got like 40, and we'll have to see what we do this today. Congrats, that's awesome. Hey, Bracco, welcome in. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I mean, it's nothing crazy. Like, they want you to have like 7,000 to possibly get on the new and trending. We do have an ad starting soon, and I use all the snoozes, so I apologize for that. But hope you're doing well, Bracco. Thanks for dropping in. And there's the ad. So yeah, I think I am gonna use the ad break to to get some more tea here. Sleep schedule wraparound? Yeah! I'm half asleep. I was going to comment on the early stream time. Yup. Well, we'll be back in just a second here. I'm gonna make some tea. We should be about back from the ads at this point. I am still making tea, so just give me another minute here. BBS, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the pew pew. Yeah, I'm just making some tea, and then I'll be right with you. Alright, we are back. Is the spaceship controlling itself? So, I actually made a video of my game with a blue screen in Unity, and I controlled it, but it's just a video, so it does the same thing every time. There are a few different variations of it. No, there's a tiny 6-pixel pilot inside. There you go. There you go. No, but I actually controlled it myself once, recorded it, and then blue screened it, so like chroma keyed, so that way it goes and happens. But there's more things. We got was it Worm Boss? A 1-bit mind behind the pilot's eyes. Luckily it's set to on. By the way, let me give a shout out here for Bracco. Bracco's got a great stream. They do game development, pixel art, and that type of stuff. Super cool person. Give him a follow. I'm glad you're here, Bracco. I'm sipping my tea for a second here. And then we'll get back to Rydia here. So what we're doing today is working on a commission for a streamer who gave us these reference images and wanted pixel art versions of them, and they're kind of high resolution. So we're doing our best to make it work with the pixel density that I've kind of worked out here, and the face looks kind of bad. So we'll go back and fix that eventually here. But right now I'm just trying to get some of the line work down and some of the basic shapes and colors and stuff. Just kind of going for it. You can see Link was the last one we did. That one turned out pretty good. There's a lot of like colors being used, so I'll probably like compress the bands and stuff a little bit more. You can see the original here. So yeah, there's a lot of gradation and stuff. So we'll try to make it look a little bit more pixel art like, and clean up some of these things. You know, like these pixels here. But yeah. How'd the Space Marine come out? Let's take a look. We never actually finished it. But yeah, this is as far as we got. So I actually split the line work on a different thing, and we started the line work on the face, but I never went in and colorized the line work. But it should be fairly simple to do. A lot of it we can actually sample here and just kind of find where the color is not. Because a lot of these lines are just me like marking where the blobs of color are. Fair enough, it's a big picture. Nice, nice. Well, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, they are kind of big. I probably charged a little bit less than I should have. But what are you gonna do? You live and you learn. But yeah, Bracco, you were talking about my sleep schedule before the ad break, and yes, it wrapped around. I've made it back to normal. We'll see how long it lasts. It usually doesn't last for more than a week, and then all of a sudden I'm wrapping it back around. Unfortunately, I missed my my Tuesday night stream with Indiana Crones because I slept through it. I warned them. I was like, hey, I'm not gonna make it tonight because I'm gonna be sleeping, and they were fine with that. But unfortunately, I missed a cool looking game. At least you're getting paid. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been getting woken up at 9:30 on the dot to feed dogs and take them out. Yeah, I mean, when I was living at my mom's, taking care of her pets and stuff, like, the dogs were like, or the cats, I mean, you know, they have a feeding schedule too, right? But the dog was like on top of it and would like wake you up if you weren't like getting up. They're like, hey, what are you doing? It's time to eat. And then I want to go outside, and you know, they are like alarm clocks. Personally, I stopped using an alarm clock when I got fired from my last job. They actually fired me for wanting to use my my paid time off. Something had happened where the assistant manager had gotten a job at GoDaddy that he had been shooting for like years, but he didn't expect to get it. You know, he just was like applying and then got it, like, and so he used all of his vacation time and then quit. So they thought that I was doing the same thing. So when I asked to use all my vacation time, they just fired me. They came up with a bullshit reason. They said it was insubordination, which is fucking crazy. Because they literally, you know, I was kicking ass for them. They were like, they had given me raises, and you know, like, I was running the show, especially after the assistant manager left. And then sure enough, I go and ask for time to use my time off, and I was like, were they in unlimited PTO? No, they weren't unlimited. No, this was accrued PTO that I built up over 3 years of working there. And so the thing is that I was so necessary that I couldn't even take days off, right? And we had to like schedule those days off like well in advance. And so the issue was that when I scheduled them, I would come back to work and I'd have this huge buildup of work because no one was doing my job while I was gone. They'd just be like, oh, leave that for Rick when he gets back. And so I'd take a couple days off and I'd come back and there'd be 2 days worth of work piled up. And they'd be like, get on that shit. Why are, you know, we gotta ship this stuff out, you know? And then so I'd have to work twice as hard. And it was crazy. I was the only person that knew how to work the laser, and I was trying to train someone else, but they weren't learning it quickly, and like the manager kept pulling them off of training so they could do, you know, other bullshit work. And so I don't know what they did after I left. I'm thinking the manager had to do my job, but they were shit at the laser engraver, yeah. So this was a picture framing studio, but we did mostly like custom sports memorabilia and like lots of like plate engraving. So we had one like 12-inch bed, or I think it was like a 14-inch bed that was constantly going on laser engraving anodized aluminum, right? So we'd always have these plates coming out, and I'd always be setting up new ones, and it would take 30 minutes or so to do that. So, you know, we had to make sure that we did that, otherwise we'd run out of the plates that we need and it would get behind. But then there was this other bed that was like 4 foot, right? It was like the biggest laser they make. It was like a fucking $75,000 laser, and it was an Epilogue, super nice laser. And that one, we would do all this other stuff. Like, we were lasering mat boards. So, like, you know, like one of our biggest products was actually an Apple advertisement that we turned into it. It was like the weirdest thing. Like I don't even know how they got away with using it. They're literally like photographs of like Steve Jobs, Albert Einstein, I think Harriet Tubman was one of them, and like someone else. And then we'd put plates of their autographs. Like we didn't even have the licenses for the autographs, but that's what we used, right? And then we would laser engrave halfway through the map board. You know, they're like it was like Think Different is what the piece was called. So it said Think Different at the top, real big, and then there was and then it said like these little like one-word phrases under each person, and I can't remember what the phrases were. And then so I would put each map board in the laser. It would engrave it. I'd take it out, and then I'd have a big stack of them eventually, and then I would peel off the half engraved one, so like you would see the map board core through the map board. And it's kind of a cheesy effect, but people really liked it, and for some reason people kept buying that particular piece a lot, so we were making it by the thousands every week. And we had like this huge warehouse full of it, and we had a printer that was we owned the printer that was printing all of these things over and over again, so they were making a killing off of it. I used to make jewelry. I was on the laser for my last 6 months there. That's interesting. I've never thought about doing laser engraved jewelry, but yeah, I guess that makes sense that you could do that. But yeah, we did baseballs, we did baseball bats, we did glasses every once in a while. We did a lot of people would bring in their fucking Yeti water bottle and have me engrave it, but it was like a free job. Like it was just like people at work be like, I've got my wife's Yeti, can you put a heart on it, you know, like that type of stuff. Write family on my Yeti. But then also, you know, like one of the things that I did was like these floorboards. They were like fake floorboards from it was supposed to be like a basketball court, but they were like not. They were just like pieces of wood that were like varnished, and I would laser engrave the Lakers into it, and then we would have Magic Johnson like number and the name engraved into it, and then he would sign them. We had an exclusive a deal with Magic Johnson, and he would sign like so many of these floorboards. There would be like over 100 at a time, and that shit sucked because it was like, first we had to tape them down, because if you didn't tape them, you would get like the smoke and the char like sticking to the urethane or whatever they use. And then you also had to like peel it off, all that tape and stuff, and the urethane was like a little cooked, and like there would be some fumes. I mean, we did have ventilation and stuff like that, but there were some fumes that would stick to your fingers, like you'd have to wash your hands afterwards, because that shit's fucking toxic, right? Whatever varnish they use. The company's whole shtick was personalized jewelry. Ah, okay. Most stuff was stamped, but they did a signature piece where we'd put a signature on a pendant. Ah, interesting. So did you use like a jig to hold the pendant then? Because yeah, a lot of times I was making jigs for different pieces and stuff like that. And it was like my job to like figure out how to make the jig and the best way to do it and all that stuff. And that used Photoshop to replicate pictures into files the laser could burn onto pieces. Once I had checked out of the job, I started messing around with doing rings. Right on. Yeah, I did a few personal projects there for sure. I made a 3-dimensional skull out of 2-dimensional foam core. That was pretty cool. But yeah, we didn't use Photoshop. We used Corel Draw, which is a little bit more like Illustrator. But yeah, we use that a lot. I got pretty good with that software. Pendants just set flat on a spare sheet of copper. So how did you make sure that the engraving was centered then? Because that was the purpose for us using a jig, was to make sure that it was in the same spot on every piece. I liked using a laser, to be honest. I got pretty good at it. But I was also pretty good at cutting the mats with the mat cutters. We did a lot of fitting. We would do custom pieces from time to time. We also had like one of those like vacuum press things. So like the owner would come in with like a signed Michael Jordan poster, and it was all like ripped up, and he'd be like, how can we get the wrinkles out of this? And be like, you can't. And he'd be like, well, what about the vacuum press? Can't we use that? It's like, if we use the vacuum press, it will literally decrease the value of the autograph. Like, can we do it anyways? Like, yes. And then he'd figure out a way to resell it, and he would increase the value because he would sell it, but whoever bought it got actually, if they were going to get it appraised or whatever, they'd realize that it being glued to a piece of board depreciates the value. But yeah, we had like all the Beatles autographs, and we had Isaac Newton's autograph. How fucking crazy was that? With like an actual Isaac Newton autograph came in. Yeah. But mostly it was movies and sports people, some bands. Like we had all the autographs from Pink Floyd at one point come in. That was a fun one. The laser had a projection for different sizes of pendants, so you'd manually line things up before starting. Oh, ours did not have a projection on it. That's actually really cool. I spent a lot of times revamping their process. It was really apparent no one who knew computers had worked on the process. Yeah, that's the way it was in my job too. I was like the only computer guy. I was the fucking IT guy. If they needed help with anything, the printer's not working, you know, like stupid little shit. But it was funny, we had these really old mat cutters that had this like really old software on it, and they needed to be it needed to be installed on really old computers. So they literally had these like Windows XP computers running the mat software, and that's all they would do. So it would run it fine, even though they're like super old. But I kept telling them, like, you need to clean these out, because if they stop working, you're going to be shit out of luck, and it's going to be a lot harder to find a computer that will run the software than you think. And they'd be like, don't worry about it. All right, but a can of air is like $3, $2. You just open it up and clean it out. It'd take less than 5 minutes. It'd save you lots of money, lots of headache when the shit just stops working on you one day. Looks like we got another ad coming up in about 5 minutes, and I already used all my snoozes. I don't know if you've been to Target, but they're using the same software now from when I got my first job there in '06, and I'm sure it was ancient back then too. That doesn't surprise me. But yeah, I have been to a Target, but it's been years. So I worked for this credit card processor, which is the country's largest credit card processor, and they were using MS-DOS based software. And they still do. BRB, yep, take your time. Oops, that's not right.
Come get some.
How you doing, Taco Crepe? You working on anything? Oh, we should be about... Oh no, we're going into the ad. Still getting used to what the ad sounds mean. Just more portraits. Oh, cool. Yeah, those turned out really good, Taco. You spent the entire day working on one. Wow. It's Regatha from the Amazing Digital Circus. So I only know the Amazing Digital Circus because of a mod that I did for a client. They wanted the Amazing Digital Circus characters in a different game. Or in a game, rather, since that's animation. It turned out pretty good. And I did watch a little bit of the animation just to try to understand what I was dealing with. But I didn't understand it too well, to be honest. It's super popular apparently. I watched it just recently. Yeah, it was super popular last year. I don't know how popular it is anymore, but last year it was definitely the flavor of the week for a bit there. Which that's what that client did. Basically anything that was popular, they would make a mod of it. And it was a cool job. Like, I enjoyed doing it. But yeah, it wasn't necessarily stuff that I would like have done if I wasn't getting paid, right? Looks like we're back from the ad, or coming back from the ads rather. Yeah, that sounds like a fun project. It was interesting. The game that I was modding was actually very difficult to mod, and the client had no understanding of that. So they would be like, alright, I'm gonna pay you more, but get it done faster. And I was like, I'm literally doing it as fast as it can be done. And they'd be like, okay, but can you make it look better? I'm literally making it look as good as it can look. And they'd be like, okay, but can we fix this? I'd be like, did you have to mod them yourself? Yeah. So I would have to make the a lot of times we would find models online, right? But most of the time I would have to make them work with the mod. Never mind, that client doesn't make it seem fun. They were actually really good, believe it or not. They just didn't really know what was going on behind the curtain, so to speak. Like they had never done mods themselves, right? They were just like a content creator. So they knew how to make content that got views. These videos got 500,000 views or more, or sometimes less, but usually well over 100,000, and it was like every time, and they'd have like 2 or 3 come out a day that would get over 100,000 views. So it's like they knew what they were doing when it came to content creation. However, when it came to actually making the mods, a lot of times they didn't fully understand the technical aspects of it, and they would ask for things that can't be done, and I would be, the guy who has to say, oh, I can try, but there's a high possibility that I will be wasting time. And also they insisted on paying hourly, which is fine, except that when something like that happens, all of a sudden you have to charge them for time that was spent sciencing, basically. And that doesn't feel good on their end, right? So, but it's still time spent, so you can't just not charge them. It was a very sciencing job. By the end of it, I got quite good at it because I I would pick up little tricks and ways to make it work, even though it didn't want to work, because it was one of those games where the devs like didn't make it easy to mod, right? And for some reason I got kind of pigeonholed into that one game. So all the other devs are making this really cool stuff that's interactive and animated because they're all Unity, and me being a Unity dev, I'm looking at them being like, man, I wish I could do that. But instead I was doing the Unreal stuff, which was like basically just asset swaps, and then the materials would get all screwed up, the lighting would get all screwed up, and like I'd have to be like, unfortunately I can't fix that. Like that's just the nature of the game here. That's why I'm more comfortable with project to project basis pin. Yeah, I feel like that is definitely easier, but it's more work on the client, especially when you are doing you know, 2 to 3 projects a month for 3 years. They would rather you just, hey, just write down how many hours you worked and I'll pay you. You know, that's easier for them to be like, oh, well, this project, you know, is going to take this long, so I should give you this much, or for me to be like, hey, I think this project requires more of my attention, so therefore there's this, or this project has really poor models that I need to remake, so it's going to have that. Like, they don't understand what the difference between a poorly made model and a model that's ready for games. You know what I mean? They were a good client though. They gave me 2 $10 raises. And they started me at like a good starting wage. Like they literally, like I had come up with like a freelancing wage that I was like charging for studios, like game studios and stuff. And this guy just found me on the internet, like on Discord, right? And this was like fucking 2000, right? So yeah, I guess it was longer than 3 years that I worked for him. But yeah, this was around 2000. So it's like, ooh, that's neat. It was weird, right? Because some random stranger reaches out to you on Discord claiming that they've got millions of subscribers on YouTube, and they're like, hey, I want you to work for me. And I'm like, I would love to work for you if you can prove you are who you say you are. And they're like, well, how do I do that? And I was like, well, you're saying you're so and such with millions of subs. Email me from that email address on that YouTube channel, and then I will believe you. And then they did, and I was like, holy shit, this is actually the person who they say they are. And then I had to be tested, and the prerequisite for even getting the test was that I needed to know how to develop in Unity, how to make VR games in Unity, and that was pretty much it. But then it was like, do you have any modding experience? And I was like, I modded Doom back in high school. And they're like, oh, cool, you do have modding experience, awesome. I was like, yeah. Very limited modding experience. But they're like, that's okay, you know how to do VR development in Unity, you'll be perfect, we'll just train you the rest of the way. And they did a good job training me for the most part. It was a lot on me, and there is not a whole lot of information out there, so it was a very difficult thing. And I wish that the person who was kind of managing the mod team was a little bit more friendly towards me. I felt like they didn't like me from the get-go, and I still feel like they don't like me, which is kind of interesting. But what are you gonna do? Sometimes people, they just make a judgment call and it's based on things that you can't control. And I literally think that they were worried that I was gonna take their job. They're like, this guy develops games, and now he's gonna start making mods for us, and I hope I can pay, because this was that person's only job, and they had had it for a long time, and they didn't want anyone coming and taking their work. So much that when they were overwhelmed, they wouldn't give work to anyone else. They would just sit there and be overwhelmed until to the point of burnout. Oh, a few. Yeah, so it wasn't like the world's best working environment, but they paid really well. And they were the content creator himself was pretty nice. I mean, he was always busy, don't get me wrong, but he reached out to me quite often. You know, we had a personal relationship. Like, he knew about things that were going on in my life. You know, he was there for me, like, as far as like caring goes, you know. So that was pretty cool. I've definitely worked with people who made less money than him that treated me more poorly. There's a balance to that, yeah, for sure. But for being as rich as the guy is, he was actually really cool. He gave me lots of opportunities, and I did the best I could. But sometimes I think that, like, in that particular field, yeah, I don't know. I feel like part of the reason why I stopped getting work was because he didn't think that I could do anything else. But a big chunk of that was because the guy who was managing the mods wouldn't teach me anything else, and didn't want me to know anything else, and didn't want me to work on anything else. And basically, I was only kept around because no one else wanted to mod that game because it was so difficult to do. Welcome back, Bracco. Me thinking about a content creator that plays a bunch of modded games. There's a bunch of them. I won't sit here and tell you who it is, but you know, I did sign an NDA with the guy, but that's more about not discussing, you know, behind the scenes stuff. But generally, I don't think they want me just going around saying, like, oh, I worked for this guy. But they're pretty big. Not the type of content that I watch, but yeah. But yeah, when I started working for the guy, it was like I didn't really want to, but at the same time I didn't want to turn it down, because first of all, I was going to need the work, right? At the time, I was just kind of enjoying not having a job and working full time on my games. But I was like, well, this is like some famous YouTuber, so I better fucking just, like, you know, see what that's about. And part of me was like, oh, maybe they'll promote my games for me or something like that. Of course, that never happened. He was very much controlled by what was popular, not the other way around, if that makes sense. He wasn't exactly a tastemaker. He was just kind of running with whatever the flavor of the week was. Yeah, the only person I know that fits that category is Doug, and he plays wacky games like Skyrim, but every word he says spawns in Yeah, I don't know that one, but I feel like I've heard some people talk about him. That's the one that does AI Skyrim, I think, right? But yeah, honestly, I didn't even know that modding YouTube channels were a thing. Or YouTube channels where people play modded games was a thing. Isn't there a huge community for GTA 5 roleplay stuff? There is a huge community for GTA 5 modding in general, for sure. And yeah, he's been playing a whole AI spree lately. They do similar concept with Minecraft too. Yeah, the Minecraft role-playing stuff is huge too. Yeah, I almost got into GTA modding, but honestly, the software that you have to use to do that is so old and so primitive. I forget what it's called, but I played around with it for like a day, and I was like, nope, I don't want to do that. I'd probably still be working, and still have more work if I did, though, because that shit's fucking evergreen, apparently. Spawning zombies or creepers, etc. I watched one channel before that's just going around scaring people in the server. Jeez. Have some respect. No, I'm sure that could be funny. There's a lot of viral content of people getting scared and shit. I always put myself in their shoes, though. Like, fuck that. I'm sure I haven't done any modding, but I've been thinking about doing it for Kenshi. I modded my Visual Studio over the weekend. Oh, cool. Yeah, honestly, I really don't know that much about modding. Like, for someone who is a professional modder, or has been a professional modder for years, like, you'd think I would know more about the stuff. But honestly, that's not really where my focus is. I like designing games. I like making game art and making games. So like a lot of the people that I worked with focused on making mods without even wanting to make any money. They were just making mods. And then all of a sudden, the guy who found me found them and started paying them to make mods, you know? So there is a market for it. It's just the community is much smaller and much more quiet than game development. I don't know what Kenshi is. What's Kenshi? Change the theme and text colors. I haven't spent a lot of time in that game, but I really like watching people play it. Bunch of desaturated earth tones. I like both, lol. Yeah, I don't know anything about Kenshi. Oops. It's a RTS derived RPG. It's like one of those story generator games from 2014, if I recall, similar to Dwarf Fortress. This is a better description. System-driven auto battler, post-apocalyptic, I can't even speak anymore. Post-apocalypse sci-fi samurai setting on a distant moon. Well, that sounds interesting. I got pretty into Dwarf Fortress. I thought that was a lot of fun. It'd be fun to do a Dwarf Fortress stream one of these days. Yeah, I heard about Dwarf Fortress, I want to say from the No Clip documentary. And then I was like, hold on, there's a free version. I need to check this out. And then I did, and I was playing the ASCII art version for a little bit. And I was like, this is a lot of fun. And I got into that for a while, and then when the Kit Fox version came out, I was like, this has to be bought. And I think it was like 30 bucks or something like that. So I was like, hell yeah. I was playing on my Steam Deck for a good solid month or two there. That'd be fun. I wanted to do a Dwarf Fortress stream before, but I think it's hard to read anything from my current overlay. Most of Dwarf Fortress history was free. Yeah, I believe the ASCII art version's still free. I think that version's always going to be free. Have you read any old forum stories? Yes. Well, people have. I've watched videos of people reading them, rather. Oops, that didn't look good. Also good. I learned what Dwarf Fortress was when I started playing RimWorld way back when. Yeah, again, I haven't played RimWorld, but I feel like I've learned a lot about it just because of its popularity. And whenever a game does like really well like that, I tend to start researching it as a game developer, not so much a player, if that makes sense. But I quickly realized that it was a game that I would, if like, because people were like, "Oh, you should try it, you should play it," and I realized that it's like one of those really in-depth games where you pretty much have to like read the wiki and also spend hours and hours and hours playing it. And I'm the type of person now in my life where I just don't have the time to do that. Like, I get addicted to games, and so if I get addicted to a game that you basically is like a second job, that's not good for me, because I need that second job to make money, right? And if I don't, I won't, and then I'll be like struggling because I'm playing a video game, and that just doesn't sound fun to me. Like, the game sounds fun, but like I did the same thing with Elite Dangerous. I got it in a bundle and I was like, oh, this looks really cool, and then I played it for like an hour, but the whole time I was like sitting there trying to read how to play it and then I like stopped myself. I was like, hold on, this game is like reading an instruction manual, isn't it? I can't touch RimWorld or I get sucked into playing it for a week. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is such a time sink game. Same with RimWorld. I love it because I'm scared to start a run because I'll spend so much time on it. Elite Dangerous was fun, but the way I like to play it sucked. That's interesting. I don't think I actually learned how to play it. I think I just like tried for like an hour and then didn't actually get anywhere. I ran transportation missions and was basically stuck in loading screen simulator for hours. Oh geez. The game was made for dogfighting in a star system, not hopping between systems. Ah, I see. Bracco, have you played No Man's Sky? I've been having a lot of fun with that. I finally found people to play online with, and it's really fun online. I mean, it's fun single player a bit, yeah. Right on, yeah. I felt like No Man's Sky was a bit like a more streamlined version of Elite Dangerous. But also with all the updates they've been getting over the years, it's there's a lot to it. Like, it's getting more and more in-depth, for sure. We got another ad starting in any moment here, just a heads up. Does the client for this piece want the alias coloring? They were not specific, but they wanted it to not look like the Super Nintendo version. We've got that ad, so we'll take a little ad break here and we'll be back shortly. Alright, we're back from the ads. Rocco says, I got an ad for Ghost of Yotai. Yotai? Yotai? I don't know what that is. That game looks sweet. It's a shame I beat Ghost of Tsushima like a month ago. Oh, okay. I know what game you're talking about. The Ghost of Tsushima sequel. Tsushima sequel, yeah. But yeah, on the aliasing versus anti-aliasing, basically I'm doing my best to make it not look like it's just a pixelated illustration by kind of deciding where the details should be and then sampling the color and then changing it based on how it looks, right? So I'm still definitely using like an artist's eye to put together these kind of pixelated illustrations, but at the same time I'm using pixel art skills to decide how it should look as a pixel art piece, if that makes sense. So that way the likeness is still there. People recognize what it is, who it is, and it doesn't look like it's just a JPEG'd out version of the original, if that makes sense. But sometimes I end up having to like start with stuff that looks, you know, just like a downsampled JPEG, and then going in and changing it after the fact, if that makes sense. Definitely not my favorite way to do pixel art, but from what I understand, this is what the client's looking for. And they popped in during one of the streams and they said that they liked it, so I'm continuing the process. Just curious what the end goal is. So the end goal is to make all of these reference images the same pixel density and look like pixel art rather than look like this was a 3D rendering and now it looks like, you know, pixel art. It still needs some cleanup, I think, like compressing some of the banding and stuff like that. But like, yeah, this is the link reference image, then this is the pixel art version. And again, some of the bands need to be more compressed and stuff and make it look more pixel arty rather than like a downsampled JPEG. But if you were to just take it and downsample it, it wouldn't look as good, right? First of all, you've got these halos, you know. Second of all, it just wouldn't, right? So like if we take this sprite size 141 by 210, right? And then let's we'll open the reference version. We'll do some sciencing here. So we'll open this and then we'll change the sprite size to, what did we decide it was? 141 for the width, 210 for the height. We'll just put in the 141. We'll do a bilinear. And so, yeah, some of the stuff looks, you know, pretty well bilineared out. But if you look at the difference between the two, this one definitely has more of a pixel art feel to it than this, right? If we put them side by side here. Oops. Like this straight line here has a little bit of a curve to it, kind of thing. There's outlines. Some of it still kind of looks similar if you look really closely at the boot and stuff. But this is the kind of stuff that I want to go back and fix, you know? So like, when they're similar, then make them the same kind of thing. But yeah, like this halo here isn't there. This edge is a lot darker there. It's more consistent. I've cleaned up the shapes of these. These are more like consistent than these. And the face is just generally better looking with the pixel art version versus the thing, the downsampled JPEG, right? So basically, going the long way to make it look just a little bit more like pixel art, basically. Agreed. Yours has a style to it rather than just compression. Exactly. And like I said, I do want to clean up some of the things on it to make it look better, you know? Like some of this stuff could be banded better. But yeah, I figure once I have them all done and I'll know how much time I've kind of spent on each one, it'll be a lot easier to go and make those minute decisions and that kind of stuff. Because I gave this person a pretty good deal. And I'm not saying that should mean they get worse art. That just means that, like, I might not spend hours and hours fiddling over, like, little minute details if it doesn't need it, right? Karipu, welcome in. Howdy, good to see you. Everyone should check out Karipu's stream. Last playing art, very cool. Are you still doing the 3D modeling stuff in Maya? Oops. Yeah, Kari is a 3D modeler. Yeah, I still model in Maya. I need to switch to Blender soon though. Right on, yeah. You know, I started in 3ds Max and then switched to Blender, and it was hard at first, but in the end, I'm actually really happy with Blender. It still gets a lot of like kind of bullshit people on the internet saying like, oh, you're gonna use free software, you're gonna end up with a free game. Like, that is not the case. Blender is super useful. It does a lot of things really well, and if you don't know how to use it, then yeah, it can be difficult. There's no doubt about that. But the more you learn about it, the more it can do. And there is some really professional looking stuff that comes out of it. And it's just getting better. From what I understand, the update that's either in beta or coming out soon is focusing on making video editing much better for it. Which is cool. Like, it's got so many features that I can't keep track of them all. And I think that's important if you're trying to make a fully fledged 3D modeling suite. I really wish that they had more like ZBrush like stuff going on. Like, it's really cool that it can do sculpting, but man, I really wish that you could do like really high poly stuff without it like crashing. I feel like I've never seen you work, or your Blender, I've never seen your Blender work. Yeah, it's not something I show off all the time. I remember joining 3D modeling groups in Facebook and Maya vs Blender. Discussions would happen all the time. Like at a point, there were just no projects being shared, just straight up arguments. I believe it. Just as the internet was intended to be used. It was so funny. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that I've been doing in Blender has been for different jobs and stuff. So that's probably why I haven't really shown it off. Let me see if I have anything I can show off. Yeah, honestly, it's all such big stuff that I put it on a hard drive. I don't really have much on here at all. See what this is. Honestly, I don't even remember making this. This is funny. I literally don't remember making this. But it's an Amanita mascara. And I think I gave up. I was trying to get the scales to kind of like go on the surface. But I obviously never got that far. But that's like literally the only thing that I have on here that I can show. That everything else is on a hard drive. Which I could bust out, like it's not that big of a deal, but like I don't know. That's nothing really good. Nothing like crazy good or anything. Most of the times, like I said, it was for work stuff, so it was like whatever people wanted me to do. If you play Little Screamies, I did a lot of the environments, pretty much all of the environments, except for one of the levels in that game. And that was all Blender. Project's too big, need another hard drive, what a flex. Okay, okay, Rick. No, it's so this computer this laptop that I'm working with, it is literally only 500 gigs. So I'm constantly pulling stuff off and putting it on externals, and the 3D files are bigger, you know, some of them are like a gig. So like they're some of the first things to go. Obviously, like games, I hardly keep any games on here. And when I'm like trying to put a game on here, I end up having to pull it off right after playing it. I think I still have Skyrim VR on here right now though. I'll pull up a link for Little Screamies. So there's the link for Little Screamies. It's a free game on Steam. It's actually got some decent reviews. Only 2 negative. And so yeah, I made these things. I made the gate, I made the factory, I made the logo even. I made the bats. I didn't I animated the bats, but I didn't program them to do that flocking. We actually used the flocking plugin for that. If we pull up the trailer. So yeah, I didn't do this room, but I did this area out here, or no, I'm not sure if I did actually. I did this whole area, like all the skybox. Well, I downloaded the skybox. I put it together. Some of the trees were from a asset pack. All of this room I did. I didn't do the art for the textures, but I did the rooms in here. Some of these computer stuff was from asset packs. I did the vent textures. I didn't do the pipes actually. Someone else did the pipes. I did the lighting in that room, which was insane. I didn't do that. I did this whole area. And I actually fixed the lighting on that after we made the trailer. So the lighting in this room actually looks better than it does on the trailer. I didn't do the characters. Someone else did the characters. But most of the environments in that game I did. Yeah, like all of the stuff in this room I did by hand. Actually, if we're gonna nitpick here, someone else made this gate, but that's all they did, and it was like an invisible wall. So I was like, well, we're gonna have an invisible wall with a gate. Let's like make a real gate, you know? Like let's make it real. And then so I did all of that stuff with the lights and all the logo and the actual gate. So screamy. Oh wow, and it's free. Yeah, it is free. The studio owner. Oh, I did this room also. The studio owner wanted it to be free. So it is free. So yeah, it's not like my best work or anything like that. But it is on Steam. And it's actually going to be taking part in Screamfest, which is coming up right after Next Fest here. Speaking of, I should look into getting a new SSD for my PC. Oh, we've got another ad coming up in a few minutes here. 5 minutes. Not my best work, but it beats a sharp poke in the eye. There you go. I'm glad no one's poking you in the eye, Bracco. That sounds painful. But yeah, that was the first job that I ever managed a team for, and that was it was interesting. I learned a lot. The team learned a lot, and all around it was a good time. Free Droll, hey, welcome in, Free Droll. How are you? What you up to? How we doing? We doing good. How are you doing? So yeah, like I mentioned earlier, Pyrotoad has gotten up to 200 wish lists finally. Actually, it's got like 215 or so because it got like 15 today. And yesterday it got 40 in one day, and then the day before it got like 20 something. So it's been doing good. Getting a demo ready for the a convention on the weekend. Oh, cool! Hell yeah, Pyrotoad. Yeah, I'm excited. Like, I mean, it's not like, you know, raking in 100,000 wish lists or anything like that, but doing all right. It's doing all right. Can't complain. We do have an ad that's gonna start in like 30 seconds or so. Just a heads up there. And there's the ad. Alright, we should be coming back from the ad. Scrambling a bit, but excited too. Very cool. And a shout out for Free Droll. They do game development on stream. They've got a game that they've been working on where you play as a hamburger, right? And it's very 90s 3D, kind of a 2.5D thing where they've got 3D models in a 2D world, or a 2D gameplay. A very interesting, almost comedic aesthetic. Almost. I mean, it's comedic. Let's just put it that way. It's pretty funny. Yeah, thanks for sharing. Let's pull this up. Oh, you're a French fry. That's right. Lots of food humor and just strangeness. That looks great. I love the Slurpee. Or slushy? Slurpee slushy? Burger died. Fries had to take one for the team. I gotcha, I gotcha. Don't get glad, get mad. Aren't you mad you bought this? Anyways, thanks for sharing, I appreciate that. I love the clay materials for the characters. Nice, you got the reference, yeah. Yeah, really cool aesthetic for that one. It almost reminds me of Liquid Television.
You see my distant fellow. I hate to kill you.
The taco, or the thanks for the hat, Taco. I love how Pyrotoad looks changing color also.
Oh! And another save!
Oh, you want me to save? That's probably a good idea, to be honest. I saved. Time for a new joke. What do you call a pro gamer that tests politics simulator games? A pro tester. Some of them are pretty cheesy. Womp womp. There's more. Oh, we already got this one earlier. There are two eternal problems in traditional software engineering. 1, garbage collection. 2, naming things. And 3, off by 1 errors. But and we got questions. What's your favorite tool or software that makes your life easier? Why couldn't the PC gamer stop crying? They refuse to be consoled. One of I'd say my favorite tool that makes my life easier. Like, I mean, Aseprite's awesome, but Blender is so awesome because it's free. And I've used it for work on countless projects now. And if I would have had to pay whatever the monthly subscription is for Autodesk, I wouldn't have made nearly as much money. Let's put it that way. So I'm gonna go with Blender for my answer. Isn't there an open source Aseprite repository? I don't think so. Aseprite's not open source. I don't think. But even if it is, it's definitely a paid product. Like, you can't just use it for free. However, it's cheap and worth the price. Yeah, you can clone the repository and get it for free? That doesn't sound right. Huh. So there's still licenses for this. So you're only legally allowed to use it for your own personal purposes or for the purpose of contributing to the software product. If you look at the license, that's what it says. It's worth the $20 or whatever. I got it for $15, I think, on sale. If Aseprite released a skin DLC, I'd buy it to support them. What do you mean a skin DLC? I mean, the themes are free. You can just put a new theme on it, right? Or you can make your own themes. Yeah, but it looks like technically you can't use it for commercial without purchasing the license. And you're not allowed to reverse engineer it. A theme, I mean, yeah, only if they release their own. Well, the way I see it is that people should be paying for it because the developer deserves to get paid. Fair enough. I hadn't looked at the repo. I bought the thing originally. Right on. Well, if you own the license, then it's not really an issue. But yeah, you can apparently pull it off the repo, but technically it's for people who are working on the software or using it for personal reasons, which means non-commercial as far as I understand. I could be wrong. I'm not a lawyer. But yeah, I support them by getting it on sale for $15. I think that's pretty reasonable. It is the best pixel art animation suite out there. And honestly, I haven't seen any other software that even comes close to what it can do as far as pixel art animation. It kind of looks like a hand. Doesn't look great though. But yeah, I think it's important to recognize that just because something is, the source is opened, doesn't make it free. It always depends on the license. So even if you have an open source project, using it commercially isn't always legal. There's tons of developers who fall into traps like that because they think that they can use it legally, and they don't actually read the fine print.
There will be blood tonight.
Thanks, Taco. Indiana Toad. Dun, 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 dun. I was making big asteroids for my game yesterday. Cool. How'd they turn out? Made use of the smudging tool. Oh yeah, the smudging tool is super useful. They turned out well. Good to hear it. Yeah, for Retro Spaceball I made some big asteroids. I ended up using tile maps for it. I like the way that it worked out. Yeah, if we take a look at the portal here, we use the smudge tool extensively here, and the jitter tool, the jitter and smudge tool extensively. It's like someone's asking for a Christmas commission, giving me a heads up on a Christmas commission, so that's cool. Yeah, I did layers with the spray can, then smudge tool over it. Yeah, that works really well. I mean, what I did was I made a bunch of circles, kind of like these ones, except with like purplish, pinkish, or magenta-ish ones here, and then bluish ones here. And then I used the jitter tool, so that way they were consistent circles to begin with, and then I jittered them using symmetry, which is interesting because it applies it symmetrically, but it doesn't actually jitter symmetrically, which is what I was going for, so that's cool. And here's Bracco's Asteroids. We got another ad coming up about 5 minutes. Looks awesome. Are these different variations then that you're thinking? This one looks really good, but at the same time, it's like it's hard to see where the edges are. I think I like this one the most. It's all the same sprite. Yeah, but different edge variation. I think I like this one the most, where it's like 1 pixel and kind of dark. Although this one looks really good too. It's just because there's no distinction between the edge and not. I mean, it's an asteroid. I feel like it would be hard to know if you're gonna hit it or not. So it would depend on how you manage the collisions and stuff. But thanks for sharing. It looks really cool. I ended up doing a set of 4 borders to denote health. Ah, okay, okay, that makes sense. If you're gonna be shooting them and stuff. Cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And anyone else in chat, if you've got things that you want to share, I'm always interested in seeing what people are working on. So it goes double pixels at full health, then single through the colors down to white. Then it pops into collectible materials. But I made 12 different varieties, I think. Oh, cool. I think I'm gonna switch monitors because I've been doing a lot with the mouse here. Makes no sense for me to to look over. I don't want to screw up my neck. You have an ad starting in about a minute here. Just a heads up. And there's the ad break. We got a long way to go on this one. Uh-oh. Alright, so we should be coming back from the ad about now. And we've got Bracco's asteroid variations here. They look great. Awesome work here. I imagine they're going to be rotated. Like rotating while they're in space. Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice work. Thanks for sharing. I think I like this one the most. This one's pretty good too. Also, this one's really good. And this one. But yeah, great work. Very nice stuff. My little space potatoes. I mean, you gotta eat. Making me hungry. Food is good. I want that as a redeem. Or a command or something. Food is good. Red Wizard is about to die. Yeesh. Lots of gradients here. But we've got most of the outline of the leg there. You're making good progress though. Yeah, I'm chipping away at it. There's gonna be a lot of like cleaning up and stuff so it doesn't look so noisy. But we'll get to that when we get there. I feel like these are not dark enough. Just kind of feels like it's not in the background. The sleeping dogs in my room are making a good argument for a nap. I think I'm going to lie down for a bit. Alright, well enjoy your nap. I hope that you get all the rest that you require. And thanks so much for dropping in, hanging out, and showing off what you've been working on. Thanks for the stream, take it easy. Yep. Thanks for hanging out. Always appreciated. It still looks too bright. It needs to look more like this. That looks better. The frog on the frog. The purple frog. Magenta frog. Bluish frog. Cyan frog. Liquid television frog. So when I was playing D&D on Sunday, because I told you my character's a grung, which is like a type of frog, right? And I was all like, I was role playing, and I was like, make sure you don't hit any frogs. We have a truck, which is kind of funny, but like, one of our characters is an artificer. So he like made a truck apparently before I joined the party. So anyways, I was telling him not to hit any frogs. And then I was like, wait a second, are frogs cannibals? And I looked it up, and sure enough, frogs are generally cannibalistic, especially during the seasons where there's less bugs. So they will eat smaller frogs. Did you know that, Taco? That a larger frog will eat a smaller frog? Also, they eat tadpoles as well. Gulp, nope. That's such a vibe though. I mean, when you're hungry, you know? And also, like, frogs probably don't remember being a tadpole, right? They don't really know. I mean, maybe they do, but like, do they know that tadpoles are frogs, or do they just see them as like little fish-like things that they could eat? I've seen my hamster consume its own. Sloth is the artificer there. Rusty is the artificer. It's true. Dude, I was having so much fun in that D&D session. Did y'all turn into frogs? No. I'm a grung, so no one turned into a frog. I've always been a frog. I was born a grung. Truck has a cannon that goes boom, a laser cannon. Yeah. But we have to like guard the button. Wait, aren't grung required to take showers a lot? Yeah, they need to be submerged in water for an hour every day. But I'm also a cleric, so I can just make water. I'm a cleric monk. So when I punch things, because grung are poisonous to touch, so when I punch things, I apply poison. Or if I use healing touch, I apply poison too. So how bad do you want to be healed? Would you like some poison damage with your heal? Ooh, you have a portable shower. The truck is powered by souls, by the way. Oh wow, I did not know that. So yeah, Rusty has to keep feeding souls to the truck. I had no idea. Ooh, are you immune to poison? No, no, they're not. Grung are not immune to poison. They're immune to their own poison, but they're not immune to poison in general. Ooh, I see. But they can also climb, like, just as easily as they walk. And they have like a really high vertical leap. So yeah, it's a pretty fun character, I gotta say. Its name is Bleep Blop. Don't worry, I don't feed it the souls of the innocent yet. Yeah, I imagine lost souls are a consistent resource in a D&D game. Like in Doom. Did you know that Doom, the idea of Doom started as a D&D campaign? John Carmack was a DM, and they were playing D&D, and they accidentally unleashed hell on the world, and they were like, we should make a game where this is like the premise, and that's what they did. Yeah, I mean, they changed it up, obviously. It's like takes place on the moon, and like, you know, yeah. And then it was Mars, right? Accidentally, yeah, they were like, they went for the loot, and the loop triggered the thing or something like that. They could have decided not to, but they decided that they were going to go for the loot, and the loot triggered fucking hell breaking loose or something like that. I think I've heard that before. I think I've heard about that, yeah. Seeing it as a kid was really cool. Honestly, when I was young, Doom blew my fucking mind. It's still fucking mind-blowing. I still love Doom. Doom is one of my favorite games. I don't know about the new shit, but the old shit is fucking dope. The mods are dope. There is this mod I've been playing called Doom Infinite. It's so good. It's a roguelike version of Doom. Oh, we got another ad coming up in about 5 minutes here. New Doom games are still fun. So Doom 2016 was really good, but I didn't like Doom Eternal, and I got Doom Eternal before I got 2016. And I only got 2016 because it was like crazy sale. It was like fucking $5 or something like that. So I was like, all right, you know, I've heard it was good and that it was better than Doom Eternal, so I better just grab it. And it is a lot better than Doom Eternal for sure. Doom Eternal wasn't bad, it's just the platforming sucks. And I mentioned it earlier in stream when we were talking about the first Turok. Platforming in first-person games, not my cup of tea. Speaking of cup of tea, my cup of tea is empty. Ooh, I haven't tried 2016. Which ones have you played? I haven't played the medieval one that just came out, but people have said that it's good. I'll wait till it goes on sale. I don't have time to like spend hours on a game that's gonna go on sale in a year or two anyways. It'll probably be half off by the fucking end of the year, or by next year. A year after its release, it'll be fucking half off. And you know, a fucking $60 game, like, I can wait a year for that, especially because it's single player, right? It's not like no one's gonna be playing some multiplayer game by the time it goes on sale. Eternal was fun, but I think me trying to play it at highest difficulty burnt me out. Ah, okay. So you went straight for the hardcore or the hardest difficulty, or did you play through on easy and then notch it up? I finished the first Doom and played, and the one I played next was Eternal. Wait, so you played Doom 1 and then went to Eternal? That's crazy. Doom 1 was good, don't get me wrong, but like Doom 2, so good. And then Doom 3 was good too. I never finished Doom 3. I have it on Switch. Every once in a while I pick it up, and it's one of the better Switch games that I have. Also, I do have Doom 64, but I haven't played it. It was free on Epic, so I grabbed it. I've heard that it's good, but it's very different from the rest of the Dooms. Yep, I had a friend that's a massive Doom fan. Ah, okay. You should play Doom 2. If you like Doom 1, Doom 2 is very similar to Doom 1. They had kind of perfected the art. Also, if you like Doom 1, play Doom Sigil. And there's a Sigil 2 also. So, I'm not sure if you know what Sigil is, but John Romero, the level designer, or who did most of the level designs for Doom 1 and Doom 2, for the 20-year anniversary, I think is what it was, did Sigil. And it's a free thing. There's like a paid version that comes with Buckethead on the soundtrack, which is probably worth it, except that like only one of the Buckethead songs are made for the soundtrack, which was a little disappointing because I'm a huge Buckethead fan. So it's like, well, I could just put on Buckethead in the background, you know, but it was cool to hear that new song. And then I don't know who did the soundtrack for the second one, but it wasn't Buckethead, so it wasn't that enticing to me. But yeah, check out Sigil if you like the first ones, because it's literally a mod for the first one. It's like what they call a WOD, right? And it's all new levels, and it's fucking phenomenal. Just amazing level design. I'll check that out. It scratches an itch that Killing Floor 2 never got to. I don't know that one. I've heard of it, but I never played it. Sometimes I just want to turn my brain off and go shoot stuff. Yeah. So I started modding Doom when I was in high school, and now there's like so many modding tools. It's really kind of cool, actually. And actually, recently, this last year, I did a little bit of Doom modding again, just like, cause it's fun. Basically making a Hexen mod for Doom, which is kind of ridiculous, but kind of fun also. Like, why not just play Hexen? But like, this is something I'm making, so it's cool. Ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah, so if you purchase Doom, you could add Demon Fish in Doom. That's a good idea. If you purchase Doom, you can mod it like super easy. There's tons of tutorials online and tons of tools to help you. And then there's also GZ Doom, which is what pretty much everyone uses these days. And oh, now I'm a Demon Fish. And so with GZ Doom, you can actually do 3D models and you can do 3D modeling, level design, and stuff like that, and bring in your own models and stuff, which the original couldn't do. The original wasn't actually a 3D game. It was like a faux 3D game. But I am going to take a quick break during the ad here, just to use the bathroom and whatnot, but I'll be back shortly. See you in a bit. Okay, I've returned. We got a Clobopus in chat. A Clobopus? Is that some type of octopus? Clobopus. At some point, I shared my Doom mod with some random person on the internet. I don't know who it was. I haven't spoken to them since. Ah, I found it. So yeah. There's the chainsaw. Also, I don't know if you can tell, but if you look at the bottom, the face, I drew the face there. And also that's the pistol. And I changed the smoke poof to be green. So that way when you use the pistol, it made a green poof. But it's also the same poof that the chainsaw uses, so now there's green poofs when you chainsaw the wall. But yeah, I made that. I made those sprite swaps there. When did I post this? November of 2023. So that was a while ago now. It's crazy how time flies. Because that was like 2 years ago. That's fucking crazy. Never went back to it though. I've thought about it, just never did. I really like the chainsaw, thanks. What's the concept for the character? I just wanted it to be like a wizard with green skin, like some type of like, I don't even know, some type of robed wizard with green skin. That's all I came up with. Just a magician, dude, pretty much like a demon magician person, right? I don't even know. I didn't put too much thought into it. I was just like, I want them to be green. That's fire. I'm glad you like that. I would love to spend more time on stuff like that, but you know, one of those things, it's like just for fun. Can't really make any money off of it. It's not even very popular. It's not gonna like help me as a like a freelancer. Might help me as a pixel artist, you know, just fucking around, but like never gonna like take off, never gonna get some like crazy content creator to play it. By the way, there is a really awesome Doom content creator. I wish I remember their name, but I could probably find it really easily because they're like the biggest. Oh, while we're here, this is always a funny one. This is like 20 minutes of this, by the way. Anyways, as funny as that is, it's actual gameplay. Yeah, that's actual gameplay from a mod of someone just took that sound and put it over all the sound effects and then put that picture of it. I think that's his book, his autographed picture of him over every texture except for a couple explosions and bullet holes. Pretty crazy. Like even the blood is like little pictures. Cosmo, welcome in. But this is the content creator, Decino. If you're interested in Doom stuff, Decino is amazing. Obviously, I've watched a few of these. But he goes into the code of it and talks about like exploits and like just different shit. Like this one is all about the pixel art, right? Sound. Yeah, it's all really, really interesting stuff. Lots of Doom analysis videos. I definitely recommend this one. It's been a bit, Rick. How are you? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Everyone should check out Cosmo the Shadow, by the way. They play a lot of different games. Oso, I think, is the name of one that you play a lot, right? And then you were playing that one game that everyone was playing back in the day, but they made a new version of it. RuneScape, right? But yeah, everyone give Cosmo a follow. They're super cool. We're working on pixel art commission. So this is the reference image. This is what we're working with now. The face still needs some work. But yeah, the whole thing still kind of needs work. Here's an example of something we did earlier. Here's the reference. And here's the finished version. Well, kind of finished. Helen Pixels, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Rick. I'm a game dev. But yeah, Helen, if you have anything you want to share art tax wise, feel free. And also anyone in chat, if you've got things that you want to share, I'm interested in seeing what everyone shares. Anyone can share links and show us what you're working on at any point. I very much appreciate it. But yeah, Helen, welcome in. Raiders, welcome in. Fish Bread, welcome. Kareth, welcome. And Helen, yeah. And Taco, welcome. Very much appreciate everyone being here. I hope you were having a fun stream, Helen. Everyone follow Helen if you aren't yet. Everyone here, follow Helen. They're an amazing pixel artist. Nice mod badge, Taco. Yeah, Taco's a mod here. Yeah, I'm privileged to be the first person that rated Taco, by the way. So this is what we're working on. You can see the reference here, and we're working really closely to the reference. The face still isn't there yet. It's so disregard the face. But yeah, we're kind of just using the reference quite heavily here, and then we're gonna go back in and fix some things. You can see this is the almost finished version of Link, and then here's the reference. So again, working really close to the reference, but making a pixel art version of it essentially. And here's the entire composition. We've got like a portal, and then there's StarCraft and Mario, Samus, which isn't done yet. That's just the reference image. This one's almost done, but the line work's not all there yet. And then Mario's pretty much done, but I'll probably condense or compress some of the banding and stuff to make it look more pixel art like, and not just like a downsampled JPEG type thing, you know. That's the hardest part here, making sure that everything looks good. Sora's coming up. That one's just the reference. This one, we've actually made the pixel art version of it somewhere in here. There it is. So that one turned out pretty good. That one was a little bit easier because it was all flat colors, less gradations and stuff like that. So it was really easy to make like a real pixel art looking version of it. There's the Link one. There's that. So yeah, if we turn them all on, that's what the composition is going to look like when it's done, but with pixel art stuff. This is what we worked on. Thank you for asking. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing. Let me pull that up. Oh wow, look at these. Got the Amanita. I was sharing an Amanita I made in Blender earlier on stream. I love the cats. Is that Luna from Sailor Moon? And then I love the cauldron. The ghost cat, that's so cute. The pumpkin looks fantastic. I love the frog, the wizard frog, and the wizard goose, the silly goose. These are fantastic. Is that a kiwi bird on a broom? That's hilarious. And this, I like that. Is that like honey or marmalade or something? It looks really good. The acorn, very fall. The oak tree, very fall. The maple leaf, very fall. Love it. The this is really good too. I love the crystal ball. The bat, very batty, very batty. The potions, gotta have the red and the blue, of course, right? And the candle. All of this looks fantastic. All of it looks really, really good. Yes, Luna. I love the kiwi. Oh, a kiwi bird. Is that what I said? Did I say dodo or did I say kiwi? Now I don't know. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for sharing. And absolutely, this looks fantastic. You've done a really excellent job here. Are these prompts, or are these something that you came up with the ideas for yourself? Is it for a particular thing? Is it for a game? I noticed they're all about the same size. Only a couple of them leave the resolution. Is that 16 pixels? Looks, or maybe more. Looks great though. You said kiwi, I think. Okay, cool. But yeah, these are excellent, really fantastic work. Thank you so much for sharing. And if you've got things you need to do, you know, post-stream care, that's totally fine. I understand. If you want to lurk, that's cool. If you need to go, if anyone needs to go, I totally understand. If you want to hang out, you're totally welcome. We were actually talking about Doom for a bit there. I was showing off a Doom mod that I made a couple years ago, which is just like a couple sprite changes. I didn't like make the whole game or anything like that. Just for practice, chat suggested most of these for Halloween vibes. Awesome. Dude, I love when chat is suggesting stuff. Taco was so good with that. Taco, did you suggest any of these? The frog, maybe? Really awesome work. Thank you again for sharing. Yeah. We were talking about Doom. I was talking about Decino. And then I was showing off my Doom mod, which was, like I said, not finished. I didn't get to because the frog was already made when I joined. Oh no! And I'm happy with the frog. The frog was good. So I made the chainsaw do that. And then I made the pistol do that. I changed some of the sound effects. But yeah, that's pretty much all I changed. Oh, and the face at the bottom. I don't know if you can see the face at the bottom. I made all the variations for that. So it like looks around, raises its eyebrow even, and gets all bloody as it dies. But yeah, I was just kind of fooling around a couple years ago, and then we were just talking about it, so I brought it up. But yeah, I actually started making Doom mods back in high school. Like, in like 2003. That's cool, thank you. Ooh, whoa, yeah, I appreciate all the excitement for this. Cause yeah, I just made it for fun. I put it on Twitter and that's about it. Really didn't do anything else with it. Yeah, that was back in November of 23 that I posted that. But yeah, I like I was saying earlier, I would like to get back to it. It's just like I need to like focus on freelancing and trying to make money and stuff and that kind of thing. So that's what we're doing today. We're doing this for a streamer. They want it. They're doing a like a extra life charity stream event that's featuring these games, and so they want these game characters in this composition, all pixel art, and so that's what we're doing. But yeah, like I said, if anyone else is an artist in chat and wants to share what they're up to, that's totally cool. If you're like a game dev and you got a game that you're working on, I'd love to see it. If you've got like an itch page, love to follow you there. I like seeing what people are up to. And a lot of what I'm doing here is sampling the reference, which isn't all that fun, unfortunately, but coming across okay. And then afterwards, I'm gonna have to go and kind of fix things to make sure that it looks good, that it's not too noisy, and that it looks like pixel art and not a downsampled JPEG. What's up? This looks tedious. It is a little tedious, Els Dragoon. Welcome in, Els Dragoon. Oh heck yeah, I'm Scorpion. There you go. And Els Dragoon, you stream too, don't you? Let me give you a shout out there. Everyone check out Els Dragoon. They do game development. I hope you're doing well. we're doing pixel art for a commission. A streamer friend wanted a scene. They want this, but instead of using references, they want pixel art versions, kind of like what I've done with Mario here. So that's the reference of Mario, and then there's the pixel art version. So yeah. And that's what we're doing with all of the characters. It's a little bit tedious because they're like 3D renderings and stuff, and I had to like work out a pixel density where we could still see the face. Of course, this face doesn't look great because I haven't really fixed it yet, but mostly I'm still just trying to get the outline of this piece. As you can see, like I've kind of filled in some of the legs and stuff, and the sleeve here and this, but mostly I'm just focusing on the outline. What's the final application for this? So I'm not 100% sure what all they're gonna use it for, but it sounded like they wanted to put it on merch and promotional images. So yeah. But mostly, yeah, to promote their stream. We will snooze the ad that's coming up. That's what that sound is. But yeah, Ellis Dragoon, if you got anything that you'd like to share with chat, I'd be more than happy to take a look. I think you had an itch page, but I think I followed you there, but I don't have it in front of me. Unless I'm making it up. Nothing really updated to show recently. Pretty in deep with working on projects, but rarely finishing them. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I mean, sometimes when you're in game dev, not everything is spectacular to show. I know that feeling. But progress is progress. So, my game that I've been working on for the last year or so, and it's not just my game, Pyrotoad is finally at 200 wish lists. Yesterday we got 41 wish lists, I believe. 41, and it was in the 40s. From Next Fest, which is super cool. Yeah, so Johnny Manjiro and I have been working on that for about a year. I did all the art, the sound effects, and if anyone is interested in a precision puzzle platformer for Game Boy Color and PC, go ahead and give it a wish list. There's also a demo that is 1/3 of the game about, so you can actually play quite a bit of the game on the demo. It's a very challenging game. I will put that out there. That is rad looking, that Pyrotoad. Nice. Are you guys making cards too? We'd like to, but we're not sure on that yet. We're gonna kind of see how it does with digital sales, and there's a good chance we might end up doing a crowdfund for the physical release, because you know, it's made with GB Studio, so it works on a Game Boy Color. There is a ROM, but is there a market for it? That's the question. So we were thinking about doing Homebrew Factory. We wanted to work with Broke Studio. The Johnny Manjuro, the game's designer, has worked previously with them before on their game Kaji's Trials, or Palooza Saga Kaji's Trials. And they have a good relationship, so they looked at our game and gave us feedback, but they said that they were having trouble selling Game Boy games, so they weren't really interested, and that's unfortunate, because it would have been nice for them to mass produce it and take on some of the risk there, but it sounded like they weren't really interested in taking on that risk. So, but they did say that they're doing Homebrew Factory, which is something that they've started doing, and so it's basically pre-orders for physical releases with a crowdfunding kind of setup. So if we get enough pre-orders, then they get made. You can choose, you know, what the goal is. So if we want, we can only do we could do 25 copies, you know, and then get 25 pre-orders, and then 25 copies get made. So that's probably the route that we're gonna go, unless we find another publisher that's like, we want to mass produce this. Taco says, anyways, Rick, I think I'll head out to sleep. Thanks for the stream. I'll drop a lurk. Well, thank you, Taco Crepe. I appreciate you being here, and I hope that you sleep well, and thank you for the lurk. Ellis Dragoon says, we are hoping to work with Broke also for our NES game. I'm curious how it goes for you. Cool, yeah. Broke is really cool. They seem very pleasant to work with. Johnny had nothing but good things to say about them, and they were very professional when we were speaking to them about Pyrotoad. It just seemed like Game Boy games weren't really what they wanted to focus on, and NES games have a much better time in sales. They do better in sales. So for all types of reasons, I'm sure. But yeah, I hope that goes well for you as well. It seemed like the tariff situation had made the cart situation really challenging right now. Yeah, that was a thing that Homebrew Factory definitely had trouble with, but they said they found a distributor in the US, and that's going to be helping them with that. But yeah, I'm excited to hear what happens with you and Broke. They are a really cool publisher to work with. So. And it would be cool to try to make a NES version of Pyrotoad. There is a modded version of GB Studio that makes NES games, but I haven't played with it enough to really know. He was having trouble getting the screen scrolling to work, so switching to GB Studio actually made that a whole lot easier. Oh, that's cool. We're like a year out anyway, probably. Okay. I'm trying to remember what your game is like. I remember what your stream is like because of the Dragon Warrior characters. The stream avatars. I love those. I'm having trouble remembering what the game is like. Our game is like Zapper and controller with Rob the Robot. Ah, okay, I remember now. Yeah, that sounds intense. Yeah, and I feel like I talked to you about this before, that you probably have it so you don't actually need Rob the Robot, but it's like a whole nother thing to the game, right? Because a lot of people don't actually have Rob anymore, right? Or if they do, it's like no longer working or like that kind of stuff. I remember I had Gyromite when I was a kid because my cousin gave it to me, and I didn't realize that it came with the robot, and that my cousin had the robot, but didn't give us the robot. And I'm pretty sure it's because they accidentally broke it or threw it out. Yeah, we were like trying to need him, but there's a code to make it work without him. Ah, okay. Okay. That makes sense. With Gyromite, you could play with the second controller. And I don't really remember how it worked with the robot. I watched a video on it, but I don't really remember how it did it. Yeah, Rob is terrible. It's hard to make it matter that he's there. Bit of a gimmick, right? When Nintendo came up with that idea. Nintendo with gimmicks? Nah. Couldn't be. Very much so, yeah. Well, like the whole history with Nintendo on that is kind of funny, right? Because like I'm sure you've heard this, where the toy stores didn't want to sell it. Oh, I'm gonna snooze that ad. The toy stores didn't want to sell it because of the '83 video game crash. All of the oversaturated market of 2600 games. Sorry, I got distracted there. 2600 games that were coming out, like Pac-Man and shit that sucked, right? LOL, yeah, it made them make it look like a VCR and a toy. Yeah, exactly. Just so they could try to trick the market into buying it and thinking that it's not a video game console, it's an entertainment system. Meanwhile, in Japan, they're just like, yeah, it's a video game console. It's just better than what you're used to. But they were wise. As much as like the lockout chip probably sucks for like, you know, dealing with it and stuff like that, they were wise to do that because it really pushed Nintendo games to the top, right? They were really good games. I mean, not all of them, but most of them were like really good games. And had they not gone that route, would have had a lot more bootlegs and a lot more shitty ones, like with the 2600. But it's funny, there were quite a few licensed Nintendo games that weren't great. They were like either way too hard or just not fun to play. Nothing quite as bad as E.T. and Pac-Man on the 2600. But it's funny, you know, a lot of people actually enjoy E.T. The problem was that like it was just too hard to like figure out. Like I remember I had a copy of it from like garage sale hopping back in, you know, 1st and 2nd grade, and I tried to play it and I fell into a hole and I couldn't get out, and I still to this day I don't know how people are getting out of those holes, but they can get out of the hole and I couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile in Japan, yeah, family computer, haha, yeah, exactly. But it's also funny that Atari had like computers and that they didn't do very well in the States, right? Nintendo had kind of stomped them into the ground. Well, they kind of stomped themselves into the ground, and Nintendo just like left them in the dust. And Commodore was like the big cheap computer, right? You couldn't afford an Apple II, you would get the Commodore kind of thing. I don't know. I was too young at that point. My family weren't really computer nerds, but they were game nerds. So like when I grew up, I had a 5200 and a Nintendo shortly after I was born. So I grew up playing the 5200. I have a copy of it right here actually, but I don't have any intention of playing it. What's that? The ET game? Yeah, ET. Yeah, there was like so many copies. Because I used to go garage sale hopping at, like, before it was cool, right? And every time we would find a big box of Atari games, we'd buy it up, and they'd be like, oh yeah, $5 for the entire box, but you gotta take all of it. You can't just take the games you want, you gotta take all of it. And then so I'd end up with like multiple copies of these really crappy games that everyone had, like ET. I got my wife an Atari one year for Xmas off eBay, and it came with a lot of games. Right on. I ended up, I inherited one of those flashback things. I haven't actually plugged it in or got batteries for the controllers. I think it takes AAAs or something like that. Oh, we are out of ad break snoozes, so there is an ad break coming in like 5 minutes. But yeah, I do have the Atari 40th anniversary on Switch, and that's been pretty fun. Mostly I play Millipede and Warlords. I had Warlords for the 2600 too back in the day. But yeah, we had everything. We had all the peripherals, I'm pretty sure. We had like the number pad peripheral that had like all of these like Big Bird and Sesame Street like cardboard things that you would put over it. We had paddles, which were like, you know, a dial, or no, it was like a rotor. It was an endless encoder, I think. That was interesting. There's some space game like Solar Fox or something that needs another controller I don't have. I'm not sure if we would have that one actually, because sometimes they like came with the game, and then if you didn't have the game, you didn't have the peripheral. I don't remember Solar Fox. I'm gonna look it up. I don't know, but I found the paddle I was looking for. These were super useful for like Pong and shit like that. But yeah, I never had Solar Fox, so I don't know what that's like. Oh yeah, I got paddles. Yeah. I'm not seeing any special controller for it, so maybe it got lost in the lost in time. Atari 2600 number pad. Yeah, this big ugly blue thing. We had one of these. It came with, oh, and we also had one of these too. And we had the keyboard controller, but I didn't know how to use it. We just had it laying there. I think the game I'm thinking of is called Star Master. Ah, okay. I see. Let's take a look for that. Interesting. I love the art from the 2600 cartridges. Look at this collection. Yeah, we have way more games than that. But a lot of them were doubles. Is this the Star Master joystick? Look at that. Got 2 buttons. Is that a 3rd button? Star Raider. Star Raiders, maybe? We've got an ad starting in about 30 seconds or so. If you search Star Raiders controller, that's it. Ah, okay. I have a cart, but not the thingy. Wait, are you talking about this number pad thing? Because we definitely had this. Yeah, we had one of those. But the games came with these little cards that told you what each button did. And I don't know what this thing did, but we had it too. I never actually used it because we couldn't figure out how to do it or what games needed it. We didn't have the cards or whatever. But yeah, we definitely had one. Looks like that ad's about to start. Yeah, I think Intellivision kind of worked like that, like controller pad overlays. Yeah. I wonder if you could use one of these instead. Got the same amount of buttons. I bet you could. Okay, talk to you later. I gotta go get my day going anyways. Alright, well, have a great day. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate you being here. And there's the ad. So I'm gonna take a quick little ad break here, make some more tea. And we'll be back in a second. All right, we are back. All right, back to chipping away here. I made some tea, that's why it took a little bit longer. Where are we at on this? Most of the lines are there except for that arm. Might as well start there. Man, time is flying. I can't believe it's already almost 5 hours into the stream. It's been a fun one too. But also, yeah, I can't believe we've been working on this for 5 hours now. Granted, I took some breaks there to chat about things like Atari and Doom. But yeah. Doesn't change the fact that this is taking some time to do. So many wrinkles in the drapery. Tea time. These stars are gonna be hard to pull off here. Maybe just do that kind of thing. hair. Might want to start on the hair at this point, huh? Man, that doesn't fair. Like all of this stuff is kind of getting lost. Doesn't really look like an earring. Better, but I'm just sipping my tea some more. I bet. Accidentally paused the music with my headphones there. Got an ad break about to start. Ad starting within seconds here. I'm going to sip on my tea during the ad break, but I'll be around here. It's looking better than it was, but yeah, it doesn't look wonderful here. Still needs a lot of work. Alright, tea time for me. Alright, we should be about back from the ad break. Rick, wanna see my Halloween card? Sure. I don't know what you mean by card, but I'm down to see it. Like a card that you made or received, or like a Hallmark card kind of thing. Website with a card that you can save. I sent the link in your DM. Was it okay if I share it on stream, or? Links are fine in chat, by the way. Oh, cool. Nice. Yee. Cool. Everyone take a look at this Halloween card that Sloth the Fox made. And you can toggle the lights with the L. Well, that's super cool. The ghost is... Oh, look at that! They move. They run away from your mouse. Can we get him back? Aw. Move your pointer across the sky, stare at the bats. Oh, oh, there's some bats. That's what I was working on while watching the stream. Well, very cool. Thanks for sharing this. This is really cute. They eventually move back into the screen. Gotcha. Well, that's super cool. The pumpkin turned out really good too. I like how you did that. Stay spooky and kind. Oh, it changes the stars a little bit too. I like that. And some of the stars twinkle. Well, thank you so much for sharing. Very cool. Halloween homework. Is that for class then, I take it? That's so cool to know that you're getting stuff done while I'm getting stuff done. It's a good feeling. The pumpkin was a bit complicated to figure out. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah, week 7 homework. Week 7 of what? How many weeks are there? I believe 14 or 15 weeks. Ah, okay. Cool. So about halfway through then. Very nice. And that's all CSS, I take it? Yeah, roughly. I still gotta work on the individual projects, CSS and JavaScript. Ah, okay. Cool. Well, I appreciate you sharing that. And I hope you have a happy and safe, kind Halloween. You gonna do anything fun? I have no plans for Halloween. Probably be here. I don't even know what day Halloween falls on. Oh, a Friday. Be a lot of parties, I imagine. One of the individual projects, I have to create a 2D game. Oh, that's cool. Thanks, you too. Yeah, probably take the kids out for trick-or-treating. I don't know after. That makes sense. You got their costumes planned? Anything good? Also, are you gonna dress up? My parents used to dress up when they would take us trick-or-treating. My mom was almost always a witch. Oh yeah, Monsters Inc. Cool. I like that one. Oldest is gonna be the big blue guy, the youngest is gonna be the green dude. I'm not gonna dress up, never got a costume myself. Right on. Well, that's really cool of you to take the kids out. Got another ad break coming up in 5 minutes. I don't like her face very much. That looks much better. Also, it's a little too dark. Alright, time for me to sip on some tea here. Alright, we should be coming back from the ad break momentarily here. Yeah. You know, this and give it the old save. Want to check the old task manager here. Things seem to be moving really slow on OBS. Wonder what's up with that. It says Google Chrome is taking up a lot of GPU, which is not good, considering it doesn't really have a whole lot going on with it. Does that speed things up? Pixelyana, welcome in. This looks incredible. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're working pretty close to a reference. So that's the reference. We're working crazy close to it. Some of the stuff I'm gonna have to smooth out where there's like noise and stuff like that. But I'm just working on getting all the pixels in first. But thank you so much for dropping in. And Pixelyana, I feel like I've seen your streams before. Let me give you a shout out. How big is your canvas? It's pretty big. So it's actually part of a much larger piece. So this is gonna be the full composition here. Like the Mario one's pretty close to done. This one still needs a little bit of work. You can see the reference versus the pixel art version there, and yeah, so it's pretty big. I'm not using all the space here, but this one is 720 by 540. Here's the link one. You can see, again, working really close to the reference. I think you stopped by a few times. I'm creating pixel art for Cyberpunk era. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've dropped in. I tend to lurk a lot in a lot of different streams, but I tend to check out what artists are up to for sure. Big fan of pixel art. But yeah, this was for a streamer who is doing a Extra Life charity stream event, and they wanted something with the characters that they'll be doing for the event, or characters from games that they're playing for the event, and yeah, we worked this out. And there's so many gradations that a lot of what I'm doing is just sampling the layer, sampling the reference layer, and then just going like this, which is kind of tedious and takes a long time. Oops. But yeah, after the fact, I'm kind of cleaning things up, compressing bands and doing different things to make sure that it looks more like pixel art than a downsampled JPEG, if that makes sense. OMG, look at all this. Wow, this is so freaking cool. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've been looking at it for a while, so I'm not as excited anymore. But it is cool to work with pixel art and characters that I, you know, appreciate. Like, I love Final Fantasy IV. Like, I've seen this rendering before, but like, it's interesting to me compared to like how I envision the character from Final Fantasy IV. Yes, you're essentially rendering super detailed image with pixels. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we're doing here. And it's pretty tedious. But there's a lot of like little things that I gotta do, you know, like for instance on the dress, you've got this like motif, this pattern on the dress, and I've worked out how to simplify things, you know, so that way you can still tell there's a pattern, but clearly it's not going to be as detailed as what's there. But I think it works. Same with like the beads and stuff, like, or like the hair tie thing, headband, whatever. So a lot of what I'm doing is just trying to make sure that the details don't get too lost, and then eventually I'm going to be cleaning up some of the noise in the gradations, right? Just like making the color splotches a little bit larger, kind of cutting down on the colors a little bit. But then, yeah, sometimes it doesn't work. Very cool. I'm sure your client will be thrilled with the result. Yeah, they dropped in the stream a couple days ago and they were pretty happy with what I was doing. So, feeling pretty good about that. Yep. And someone actually reached out today and wanted to give me a heads up that they're going to be asking for another commission in the holiday season, for Christmas. So that's always nice. Repeat customers, you know. I had done a Halloween VTuber kind of, or Pixel Tuber kind of thing for them. And now they want a Christmas one for the upcoming season. I've been doing more and more pixel art. as far as commissions go. It's funny for me because like I always loved pixel art, and even back in high school I was like trying to do like Doom mods and stuff like that, but I never really like got into pixel art. Like I thought that I like had an understanding of it and stuff, but it wasn't until about 2017, well after art school, and I had already tried making a couple games at this point, and you know, I'm a 3D modeling major, 3D modeling and animation major. So when I came out of school, I was like, you know, really focused on 3D stuff. I just realized you have redeems from Princess the Bride. Yeah, I love Princess the Bride. I'm a big fan of Princess the Bride. One of my favorite films of all time. Oh damn, you're super well-rounded then. 3D is so different from pixel art. I give you a ton of credit. Well, thank you, I appreciate that. I am definitely a generalist. I am like the most generalist there is, maybe. I do a little bit of programming. I really love game design. That's kind of like been my focus for the last like decade or so. But pixel art, you know, is like, it's always been a love of mine. So eventually I decided I wanted to do a pixel art game, and then I started learning pixel art and started learning, you know, the rules and the tutorials, and started taking it really seriously. And I've still been doing 3D, you know, client work and making games, but now I'm making pixel art games, and also making pixel art games for clients. And I've been really into Game Boy games, making Game Boy games these last couple years. So one of my games, Pyro Toad, is actually in Next Fest right now. We just hit 200 wish lists. We got 41 wish lists in one day yesterday. So things are going pretty good with that. I can share a link to Pyro Toad. That sounds so fun. The commissions you're getting for 3D or for pixel art. For both. I haven't actually had a 3D one in a few months now, but I had a really active client that was asking me for stuff all over and over again for like years, and I got kind of used to having just one client, and then now all of a sudden that work has kind of almost stopped completely here. So I've been doing other things. And then all of a sudden people are asking me for pixel art work. I've never actually like opened commissions, right? I never, like, don't get me wrong, when I first started freelancing maybe 15 years ago, I was like reaching out to people and stuff like that, but it was all people I knew, like IRL, or it was like a lot of family, friends, and that type of stuff. But then shortly after that, people started reaching out for me, and that helped me a lot. And then once I started to have like an internet presence, if you will, people started like finding me and saying like, I want you to work for me on this. And I never actually like opened up commissions. I never like went back to asking people. I never like post on Twitter like, hey, I need money, you know. I never go cold calling. I don't do like Discord like job stuff. Like if someone comes to me on Discord, then sure, but like I never like post in servers saying like, does anyone need a pixel artist or anything like that. And maybe I should, because I could use the money, but I've been fortunate enough to where like people just like kind of come to me looking for come to me with work that they need done. So I guess I'm just lucky. in that sense. Because yeah, now that the one client, because I had that client for so long, you know, like, and that client kind of is fading, the work has slowed down for sure. But now the pixel art stuff's starting up, so I'm happy with that. I really like pixel art. This one is kind of like the most complex of all the characters, so there's a lot of sampling. The clientele opened that up for you. Opened that for you. That's the best way, honestly. Your work is great quality, and people want more. So the news about you has spread. Yeah, kind of. I do think luck has a lot to do with it, for sure, and just kind of like having that internet presence, like just being around, right? Because like, I mentioned this earlier on stream, but that client that I had for years on end, they were like a big client, and they found me on Discord, which is really weird, right? I literally had to tell them like, yeah, I'll work for you if you can prove to me that you are who you say you are, kind of thing. And they had all these subs on their YouTube channel. They're like, how'd you like to work for this account that has millions of subs? And I was like, that sounds great, but are you that person? And they're like, well, how do you want me to prove it? I was like, well, email me from the address from the account that you're saying is from. And they did. And I was like, oh, well, that must be you. And then I worked for them for like 4 years or something like that. 3 or 4 years. But that was making mods. That was actually, they were like, we need someone who's a Unity developer that does VR development. And then they're like, do you know how to do mods? I was like, I modded Doom back in high school. And they're like, oh, cool, so you've done mods before. I was like, technically, but that was a long time ago in Doom. So like, and they're like, that's okay, we'll teach you the rest. And they did teach me a little bit. And it's funny, I ended up doing Unreal mods that weren't in VR. Mostly for these people. I had to take the test though. I had to take a test that was Unity in VR. And after a couple tests, they were like, yeah, you're on the team, you know? And technically I'm still on the team. But I haven't seen a lot of work coming the last 4 or 5 months. But that's cool. I mean, you know, the mod stuff is like interesting and like kind of like games, but it's not like the thing I want to do, you know? And it was frustrating, it was difficult, very challenging. They kind of gave me the hardest stuff. But yeah, then last year I had a job doing managing a team, managing a game development team. I actually hired most of the team as well, and had to do a whole bunch of the development myself too. And we made this game called Little Screamies, which is actually free on Steam. And it's going to be in the Steam Scream Fest, which is coming up right after the next fest here. And then after Scream Fest, there's November is going to be right around the corner, and Pyrotoad's getting its release on the 3rd, and then a week after that, there's Animal Fest, which Pyrotoad's going to be a part of. So that's pretty cool. Wow, did you enjoy leadership? Yeah, no, I did. I actually really enjoyed it. I would do it again. If someone offered me a management job in games again, I would totally take it. I really enjoyed it. It took me a while, like, to fully comprehend what I was getting into. And I learned a lot. There was a lot of... It was really interesting because the studio owner didn't make games before that. They were like trying something new, and I ended up having to like teach them all of this stuff about making games. So it was almost like I was helping to manage the entire studio, not just the development team, but like I was making a lot of the bigger choices in how things went. However, the studio owner still had the final say in pretty much everything. So a lot of the times my expertise wasn't always the way that we went, and that kind of sucked. But what are you gonna do? But it was cool, you know, like during a period where like a whole bunch of you know, big studios are doing massive layoffs and stuff, I had the opportunity to hire people. Yeah, it's still a useful experience to have. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It was a lot of fun. And even like the hiring part was really interesting too. I actually ended up hiring a bunch of people from doing a Twitter post actually, because this was before Elon Musk bought Twitter, so like I still had a little bit more traction. Like I'm not gonna complain about Twitter. Like, I mean, it sucks that he bought that shit, but like I had a lot more traction before he bought it. I don't know what happened there. But like my organic reach just like went way down after Elon bought Twitter. So this was before that. And so I just made a post and I worded it well, so that way, you know, because there's like the bot swarms that come when you have a job. I made sure I worded it in a way where the bot swarms... Oh, there's an ad break coming. I'm gonna snooze the ad break. I worded it in a way that the bot swarms didn't come, but we got a lot of actual people to respond. And then what I did was I had to kind of filter out the ones who weren't serious. I did like a Google form, and I just told them all to rate, you know, their skills. And basically I think there was like 12 or 15 different questions, and it's like, are you 0 to 10 in this skill? And then I took all the numbers and put them into a spreadsheet, and I did a radial chart, and it was interesting because you could see who was lying. Right? And you could kind of gauge what they really were, right? So people who said that they were 10s at everything, first of all, like, no one's a fucking 10 at everything. Being a generalist, I know this stuff. And then, you know, like, you would see, like, the people who are honest would be like, I don't know how to do this, I don't know how to do that, but I'm really good at this, you know? And then we did paid tests. I pushed for paid testing, and I got to test like 14 different people or something like that, and then we hired like 5, I want to say. I can't really remember. And that was just a really awesome experience for me. And for the team too. Everyone except for one person who ended up leaving the team had a really good experience with it. That's super impressive. Well, yeah, well, thank you. It was, like I said, a lot of it was just kind of luck. It was like being in the right place at the right time. And then when it came down to it, I had more experience than anyone else on the team. So they were like, well, how would you like to manage it? I was like, sounds good to me. Because I started working on team games like a long time ago now, and they were always kind of shit shows, to be honest. Like when I first started, like there was one project I worked on called Today is My Birthday, and that's actually on Steam now too, but I'm not even credited on it because it was such a shit show. Like I was doing concept art for it and some of the graphic stuff and the logo, and we were doing Kickstarter and Indiegogo, or maybe no, it was Fig, maybe, I can't remember. We had two different crowdfundings that didn't work, and a lot of the team was not getting paid, and the dev who was like running it was like located somewhere in Russia, and the people were from all over the world on this project. And when we didn't meet the second campaign, the main dev guy who had worked on it, you know, a couple years longer than the team existed, said like, you know what, I'm just gonna shutter this project. We're done, and see everyone, see you, bye, you know, and just kind of vanished. Ninja vanished, you know. And a couple years later, he had found a publisher. Critivo, which is a pretty big publisher. Critivo took and gave him like a cash injection, and so he could finish the project. Well, he had taken all of these assets that were not paid for, right? And so like the team came to me and was like, hey, this is what's going on, and we're gonna reach out to the publisher and try to have the game pulled and all this stuff. I was like, okay, I just did concept art and the logo, you know, like what do you want me to do? They're like, well, clearly you can't have concept art pulled from a game, you know, because they don't actually use the concept art, they use it to make the models, right? But the logo was still being used. They didn't even make a second logo. They just kept using my logo that they never paid me for. So I'm talking to the Critivo person now, the representative for Critivo, and they're like, no, all of the assets that weren't paid for were pulled. We talked to the dev about it. He made sure that all of the assets were pulled. I was like, you were lied to. They're like, no, we made sure. I was like, how sure are you? They're like, we're absolutely 100% sure. I'm like, the logo that's on your website was made by me and I wasn't paid for it, so how sure are you now? And they're like, oh my god, we're so sorry. And they pulled the game and came up with a new logo and then brought it back on. So I didn't even make the logo that's up there now. Not credited for anything on there. And honestly, that's so messed up. Yeah, so honestly, I kind of saw it coming. Oh, no, wait, yeah. I kind of saw it coming. So I had, like, stopped doing work for them, and I was still kind of on the team, like, in the Discord server and stuff. But I was already, like, you know, doing other things. I was finding other work. I was, you know, I had a day job. I was kind of done with it, and I was just kind of watching. It was like watching a dumpster fire burn, you know? And I actually learned a lot from just watching all of that stuff go down, you know? Like how not to do things, right? Sort of a happy ending. Maybe, I don't know. I felt bad for the people who worked on it and didn't get paid. Like one of the people like had previously worked for EA before, and he didn't get paid, you know, like it was kind of crazy. But yeah, I did learn a lot. I definitely used like the opposite of what they did when I was managing. It was so weird. When I was doing management, I literally was thinking about all of the managers I'd had in my past, right? The good ones and the bad ones. And I actually learned more from the bad ones than the good ones, because you could just do the opposite of what they did and it was better, you know? It's crazy. I had a lot of bad managers. But it's weird the way life works like that. It's like life is trying to prepare you for your future. That sounds right, yeah. But yeah, I would do it again. I loved it. It took me a second to fully comprehend what I was doing, because it's like, it's a social thing is what it is. Not only are you like, all right, you need, it's like a technical thing, right? Like, all right, you're gonna do this and this is how you do that, and nope, you're not commenting your code right, you gotta do it this way, or like, all right, now we're all gonna do things this way. But then on the other hand, it's like, okay, who wants to do the character designs the most? Because we really need these to be fantastic character designs. And then the one person's like, I want to do them, and I'm like, you're doing them, even though like I wanted to do them too. And I went to school for 3D modeling and animation. My major was kind of character modeling. That was like what I really wanted to do with my life. But I wasn't going to stop the dude who really wanted to do it from doing what he really wanted to do, because that's just like putting a bullet in the project, right? You know, so like, sure, you do it, you know, like, I'll help you if you need it. They're like, no, I've got this. And they did. They handled it really well. So I ended up doing a lot of like environmental stuff, which, you know, I can do. It's not like the world's hardest thing to do, but hey, you know, if we've got this person programming and this person making the models, and this person, you know, working on like, you know, the prototypes and this and that, and yeah, sure, I'll do the set dressing or whatever. But yeah, we do have an ad coming in like 10 or so seconds, and I'm all out of snoozes, so just a heads up there. Fun challenge for creating a background. I gotta go. Have an awesome rest of your stream. Well, thank you for dropping in, Pixel. Yeah, it was fun chatting, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Take care. And there is the ad. We're gonna take a quick break, and then we'll be back shortly. And we're back. So it is nearly 4:30 here. And we're about 6 hours in. I will need to go to the store before long, and then I'm going to be getting sleepy before long too. I woke up at 5 a.m. So that means I've been up for almost 12 hours. And I do need to eat at some point here. We're making it pretty far here. All right. This is rough because there's like this almost like corduroy texture, and it's like super noisy trying to sample it. Doesn't look terrible, but needs to be like smooth. All right. Well, we got a lot done. It is 4:45 here. We're coming up on 6.5 hours for the stream. So I think that's time that we raid. Let's see. Just pulling up some streams here. I think we're gonna raid Ari. We haven't raided Ari in a while. They're super cool. They come here all the time. They've raided me numerous times. And yeah, I think we're gonna raid Ari. Alright, let's get this raid going. And we've got a raid message. If you're subbed, you can use the top one. If you're not, use the bottom one. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I appreciate everyone being here. Helen Pixels with the raid, I very much appreciate that. That was very kind of you. Yeah, everyone who dropped in and said hey, I appreciate that. And we got a lot done, and that's important. So things are coming along here, and we'll probably be back at some point tomorrow, probably another earlier stream, and probably Friday as well, or wait, tomorrow's Thursday, so we're gonna try to stay up late and do a Heroes of Hammer Watch on Thursday. I almost forgot. So yeah, I'm gonna try to stay up as late as I can tonight, so that way I can stay up late for Thursday. Anyways, we're raiding Ari Boops. Have a good time, everyone. I'll see you there. And make sure that I've got this up.
We always give all the love that we possibly can. Ooh, Boops, you got raided.
Yeah. Hi, Rick. Thank you for the raid.
Hi, Rick. Welcome in,